Good morning. Welcome to special magistrate hearing for May 9th, 2023. I'm going to swear the code officers in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Balance all electronic devices.
Our first case will be on page 13. Inspector Robert Croft, case number CE 23030651, case address 1400 Bayview Drive, owner 1400 Bayview Drive, Bayview LLC. This case was cited 3/20/23 to comply by 3/20/23. Three sections complied at $200 per day, $600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 4/4/23. Citation appeal received.
The property was first inspected on 03/20/23, following a neighbor and an FLPD complaint and loud noise of music and following violations were observed. Section 15-2785A, noise emitting from a vacation rental property which is outside of the municipal limits. 15-2781E, there is a chapter 15, article 10, vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at the property, which was deemed irreparable and 15-2782B, maximum occupancy of the property is being exceeded, found to be irreparable and irreversible. Prior to code arrival, FLPD officer Southworth arrived at subject vacation rental property. Officer Southworth made contact with the occupants who were shooting a music video inside the vacation rental property. Officer Southworth then requested a code officer via teletype to alert due to the noise, parking, status of the vacation rental. I arrived at the subject property at approximately 01:05. Observed FLPD officers outside the vacation rental, cars, occupants removing vehicles. Those at the discretion of FLPD. Speaking with Officer Southworth, he expressed the occupants were complying currently and moving and exiting the vacation rental. I informed Officer Southworth that the occupants have an hour to first interaction with to comply, or citations would go into effect. After about 10 minutes, Officer Southworth approached me and expressed that they were no longer complying with the instructions. It was at this time another vehicle pulled up the property and dropped off another 6 to 8 persons. The attempt to make contact with the responsible party was unfounded on it. The phone number was not listed. Officer Southworth expressed that he believed there'd be 100 occupants inside the vacation rental. After about 15 minutes, persons began to exit the vacation rental. I observed with Officer Southworth 100 plus person exit the property. Noise from the property could be heard more than 25 feet from the property. At 0200 citations were posted to the property. Citations issued in the vacation rental, parking, noise, and failure to respond, and over occupancy. City is amending each individual's issue citation to the amount of $200, totaling $600.
Okay, somebody from the applicant here?
I think we should play, can we do the ability to play the videos?
You want to play the videos? But they're not showing any pictures on the any videos, it's just black.
Yeah.
I guess just to hear or to see.
We need to see
Just
it.
here. Both, like, if, both can.
Is the video not working?
Yeah, well, it was showing when it played like the,
There's sound to this.
There will be sound. It takes, the body cam takes a second.
Yeah.
Video?
Yeah.
There should be another body cam video.
Later on, right?
Yeah. Sound will come. He's got to hit the button again.
Share this. Share sound.
Yeah, this house is on Bayview Drive, and it turns, so this is down the road from Bayview Drive. But this house right here is based on it.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, who rented the spot?
Let me go find him real quick.
Yeah, why don't you send them out?
I got it.
Thanks. How you guys doing? All good? I know we heard you. Hey, sir, how you doing?
How you doing?
Good. What's your name?
Shaquille.
You rent this spot?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you know you can't do parties like this, right?
I was talking to do a party. I know it's probably a little bit extra, more than what
Way
I was to take something up.
So
What do I need to do?
let me tell you what the problem is.
Yes, sir.
Right? So I don't like writing tickets, so I'm not gonna do it. But if code enforcement comes out here,
Right.
all these cars that are parked
Right.
on the swale here and in the street are gonna get tickets.
Where do you think should be the nearest spot to them to go to?
But my biggest concern is the noise out back.
Okay.
There's no, you can't have noise outside if you're gonna fall.
I already know.
So you're either gonna move all these cars out the way now,
Right.
or you're gonna shut it down.
Okay.
Because code enforcement's asking me, hey, can you guys go check on it? Because they're gonna come over here, and what they do is they'll contact the owner of the Airbnb.
I understand.
And boot everybody out. So
Yes,
we're just
sir.
trying to prevent that from happening.
Alright. So I need to tell them they need to move cars, and I need to stop the DJ music from outside.
And bring everybody inside, because it's the problem is after 10 o'clock, if the neighbors
No,
hear you,
I'm
it's
about to say they told me after 9 o'clock, so I got it.
yeah, either way, 9 or 10, but that I'm sure that violates your Airbnb contract. It's probably posted inside the door.
Yeah, I'm about to say we was already gonna give them deposit. We was already gonna say fuck that, but I understand what you're saying.
But
I'm about to get it control right now.
Are you from Florida?
No, sir, I'm not.
What state you from?
North Carolina.
I mean, just so you know, in Florida, they treat Airbnbs like hotel rooms.
Okay.
So if the Airbnb owner calls us up and says, hey, these guys are out of control, kick them out. Then we come here and we tell you, you guys got to pack your stuff and go.
I understand.
And listen, man, that sucks on a Sunday night, whatever time it is, right?
Yep.
So
I'm about to get it in control. I'm about to have
yeah,
it
get in control. Like there's all these cars parked on the grass. Like that guy,
Yeah,
that car's probably
that's
with you.
ridiculous.
And that's a neighbor. That's not their grass.
Yeah, you're right. I'm about to walk over there right now and tell them to move because that does look crazy.
Yeah, I'll let you handle it before the code enforcement guys get out here.
Okay.
Because if that, it's
34 Alpha
All right, I got you. Thank you.
2 or 10.
Excuse me.
What would you recommend? Like, where's the nearest parking from here?
I don't know, man. But like, it's got the corner all jammed up and stuff. You know what I mean? It's not a good.
Park on the street. I don't know.
No, I know that, but well, I don't know.
Yeah, no.
I was just gonna wait till somebody pulls out.
No. I'm about to say, I don't know.
Oh my God.
I can't lie to you. I don't know. You have the car right on the street, like.
You don't know. I get it.
No, I'm saying this is my crib, but I'm saying like. It's not Jeff's house. It's my brother. My house. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm saying.
Come on,
So we do need to swear the respondents in. I'm gonna ask the respondents to please raise your right hand.
Unmute themselves.
Unmute yourselves. Please raise your right hand. Please provide your names.
Kathy Campos,
Allie Campo,
Is there anyone else?
Mr. Swikes, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you.
Switches on behalf of the respondent, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Okay, we can hear you loud and clear.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes,
Why are you seeking to reduce these fines?
No, this is not a reduction, this is an appeal.
No, but they're appealing the fines, right?
No, the appeal is only to state, for the appeal, it's only a statement of that the violation did not exist. It's not to appeal the fines.
Okay, so I'm either upholding it or what? I thought if they have to do a citation appeal, they seek to reduce what's there. Am I correct about that? Trying to file. What are they seeking is my question.
I guess Bob can. I guess council can indicate what they're seeking first.
Your Honor, I'm having trouble hearing that person speaking in the background.
What are they seeking?
We're looking to appeal all of the violations, sir.
For what reason?
Because as you heard on the video, the officer arrived and said, if the owner is called, they're going to be asked to leave by the owner. This is not appropriate. And is Officer Crock there from Code?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Officer Crock, you were heard to say that there is no number for this property. Is that correct?
We could not obtain one at the time. It was found later after the party.
I don't understand. This property has been listed for more than a year with the city of Fort Lauderdale. And we've confirmed with Megan from your office that the number is readily available. How could it be that you wrote these citations and said that the number cannot be located?
Council, this is Rhonda Montoya Hassan. How are you?
Rhonda, I shouldn't call you by your first name. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So that part of the citation was actually withdrawn with regard to the responsible party. So that's not really before the magistrate anymore. It's just the remaining three components of the violation. The responsible party was withdrawn.
Okay, well, the problem is that all these citations were written with the premise that the property owner did not have a property listed with a phone number, that the code enforcement officer could not contact them because there was no listed number, and that these violations were issued. If I could, this property has been listed for more than a year, has had numerous occupations, never been cited. Kathy Campo is prepared to testify about the predicate for anybody that occupies this premise and all of the checks and balances that are kept. And the officer correctly stated they're familiar with our property. Had anybody violated any rule of the city of Fort Lauderdale, they would have been immediately evicted, as they were in the morning, the first time we were notified. So in the context of what happened that night, it was all because we were never called. And under those circumstances, I'd like Kathy to testify as what we do on a regular basis with the property and how this would not happen had she been called. Kathy, could you go through and advise the court of what we do on a property in terms of the equipment and what you do to check?
I'm going to stop your counsel and her. This is Tom Hansel, the magistrate. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want, it doesn't matter to me what she would ordinarily do or used to do. On this particular night, the evidence is clear that the parking violations were rampant, the noise was out of control, and the occupancy was exceeded. I find for the city in all three cases.
Well, sir, if I might, first of all, what?
Go ahead. It has nothing to do with calling the people. Fact was the violation existed whether she was called or not.
Well,
You
in
get
the
a free pass to call when the violations occurred.
if I might, on any property, on any given day, occupants can lie to the owners. Occupants can do something, but the reason why the number is listed there is that it gives the owner 1 hour to respond to the property and take appropriate action. This property has cameras. This property has noise detectors. And Kathy Campos at 12 midnight that night checked this property and nobody was there. Obviously, these people lied. We have the villa acceptance form for a Marcus Burton with 14 people with 7 bedrooms with an occupancy of max of 14 people with 3 cars maximum outside. If someone violated the law after midnight, after checking on the video and checking with the neighbors. And we were not given the ability to respond in that 1 hour. We would have, and we do on every occasion. The officers even knew the address and knew that if anybody was there beside the tenants, we would have thrown them out. I don't know how much more a owner of property can be responsible. Kathy went there the next morning. Every one of these citations were written improperly with the wrong time, and nothing in there was correct, except for the fact of what they found. When she went there in the morning, each one of the occupants were thrown out. They violated all of the terms. We went to City Hall. We confirmed with Megan that the number is on listed. It has been for more than a year. We contacted the city and they even gave us a voiding of all of the citations. Sometime thereafter on 3/24, citations were rewritten on 3/24, still citing things that were not true. There's no question that it was on those videos, those people were on the premises, but in the context of how long they would have been there, they would have been there less than 20 minutes because that's how far away Kathy lives, and we could have corrected it. Under these circumstances, I would ask you to be considerate of the property owner who for a year has not had one violation.
My concern is not for the property owner, it's for the people who live in the neighborhood who had to put up with this. That's my concern. That's the city's concern. I'm not here to defend what the property owner, if they can't take care of their property, that's their problem. This is their first time, it's a lesson well learned. I find all 3 violations are sustained. If the neighborhood had to put up with parking, the noise, and the occupancy.
They have a
Excuse me. I made my ruling. Unless you have something else to say, the ruling, we're done.
without listening to the witnesses.
I'm not going to listen to anything about what they typically do, what they used to do, what they ordinarily do. It's irrelevant to me. I'm talking about this night with the violations. They want to talk about the violations. They're here. I don't know how they can challenge them.
Well, I would respectfully submit to you that the reason why the ordinance specifically states that the owner of the property has to respond within an hour is there for a purpose. And the purpose is to be able to cure any defect that occurs. Anybody knows that you can have a tenant that could lie. We have the receipt for how many people were going to be there, how many cars. If we would have been given 15 minutes, we would have been there. That's why I have Kathy here. The ordinance was written that way. I was a municipal attorney for 8 years, and that's why those provisions are in there. It's not, I got you. It's to provide a responsible owner some ability to respond to a property and cure any defect that occurs. These people violated the law. The officers knew us. The neighbors are very, very friendly with us. And we have their numbers and we ask them to contact us. Nobody contacted us. So in the context of how any property owner could have responded faster, it's inconceivable to me that we could have done more. I understand, and they advised us from code that Mr. Kroc, the code enforcement officer, was new, and he didn't know that our number was listed, and we cooperated with the city. I would ask for some leniency in the context of the way this operation is as professional as it can possibly be, with cameras and sound equipment, none of which was given us a warning until after midnight, and then Kathy was there at 8:30 in the morning, and everybody was evicted. I don't know what more we can do in the context without being notified.
So, Your Honor, Ms. Jordan had some remarks, and then I'd like to follow up briefly if I could.
All right.
Good morning, Katrina Johnson Jordan, Co-Compliance Manager for the record. As it relates to the property owner arriving within the hour, that is to cure the violation. The fact that the violation was present upon the arrival of the code officer, that is the reason why the citations were issued. Even if the responsible party arrived within 3 minutes of being contacted, the violations existed. And not just regular violations, these violations were egregious. The cars are parked on other people's properties, down to the corner and around a curb. Additionally, the noise could be heard, and as the police were standing there, the occupants continued to record the video as if the police were not present. It was only once code arrived and started to continue to ask people to be removed from the property, they actually start to comply and then stop complying and have to be basically forced to comply. So that's my statement for the record. It's not about them arriving in a time frame that negates the violation. The violation existed.
Can I
And
ask,
so,
did you receive one complaint from any of our neighbors with whom we have an excellent relationship that night? I assume the answer is no.
I don't know. I don't understand. Was that a question? I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
I apologize. Let me say it again. I asked, did you receive one complaint from any neighbor?
Give us 1 second to check the actual case.
oh,
The complainant was Gary at 2700 Northeast 15th Street. He contacted FLPD, and who FLPD contacted us.
and Your Honor, if I could just, as I said, I wanted to just follow Ms. Jordan Johnson's statement. The code, and while I appreciate Mr. Swickes's assumption of how our code was written, the code does not predicate contacting the responsible party as a condition preceding to issuing any violations. And as Your Honor also would note in the agenda on the citations for the 3 components of the violation that are being that were cited, they were cited as irreparable and irreversible. And based upon the officer testimony and the video, the city would assert that it was clear that the parking was violated, that the noise was violated, and indeed, Your Honor saw an admission from the renter. He said he knew about the noise in the back and that he would have the DJ stop, and the occupancy. All were shown on video evidence and through the testimony of the code officer.
I would respectfully respond that the ordinance, Mr. Sana is correct. The ordinance does not have a condition preceding to a citation being given that a warning and a call be made. But clearly that's the intent of the ordinance. No property owner handling short-term rentals can absolutely 100% ensure that there won't be a violation. But by providing notice to the owner, who has kept Kathy Campos, who keeps the worst hours of any person I know, constantly prepared to go to a property in the context of what the city would want the property owner who's performing this function to do. It's impossible to do more than that. If you can respond in 20 minutes and the neighborhood is responsible only to getting a violation that exists for a very short period of time, clearly that's the intent of the ordinance and the notification. Technically, yes, for 1 minute, for 1 second, if there's too many cars and there's too many people and there's noise emanating more than 25 feet from the property, that's exactly what the statute says. But what I'm requesting is, having had a year of occupancy, never a complaint, having responded in almost faster than anybody could, Kathy is on duty 24/7 as the ordinance requires. For the officer not to be able to access a number that's been there for a year and the city's communicated with us, I would just ask some consideration, because this is not how we operate. This is the most professional operation I've ever dealt with, and all of their safeguards, yes, even they can be avoided by someone who performs a lie and has a party that starts after 12 o'clock. But responding the way we can, there's nothing more we can do. And I think that was the intent of the notice, rather than an I got you, that we didn't call you, we got the evidence, and now it happened.
I respectfully don't see this as I got you. I see a neighborhood that had to sustain these 3 particular violations for a period of time well past a few minutes. It's built, at the time alone, just to show the video, is about 10 minutes. So I'm going to decline to accept your statement. These people, you told me, said they had a music indicator thing, apparently didn't work because the music was loud. So what good was that? The fact that they didn't show up, we understand what happened. And it gives them a reason to be, watch out for the future, because the risk is they could get suspended, or if it's worse, they'll get barred from continuing to rent. But this is a neighborhood thing. That's what I'm here for. That's what these people from the city are here for, to protect people from abuse of vacation rental. I'm sure your client warned the people in writing what to do. If they disregarded it, that's their problem and your tenant's problem. But this is not going to continue. It's for $200 per violation. They're sustained. I am done. Thank you. Let's move on.
No.
Move to the next page.
Go ahead.
Next case is page 2. Inspector Nalika Murray, case number CE 22090509. Case address 2445 Southwest 18th Terrace. Owner Marina Oaks Condo Association Inc. Posted at property 41923, posted at City Hall 42623.
Inspector Murray,
Have to display the room and then you're sworn in.
got 3 of them. Yes.
Good morning. Please unmute yourself and raise your right hand so you can be sworn in.
Can you see me?
No, we cannot see you.
Okay, I have some technical issue with the video, but I'm here.
Please state your, could everyone please state your name for the record?
Lior Cohen.
Rachel Rudley.
Jacques Boljac.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
I do.
I do. Inspector Murray, on behalf of the city, presenting case number CE 22090509 for case address 2445 Southwest 18th Terrace. I first inspected this multi-unit residential property zone RD15, residential single family and duplex / medium density on September the 21st, 2022, and observed the following violation. The violation was actually reported by one of the neighbors that resides at this property, and the violation was 9-3088. The roof is not in good repair and is not weather tight. There are tarps on multiple roofs on building 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12 within the complex. Posting as well as mailing of documentation to notify of the violations were done as a part of departmental protocol. This case was scheduled for the special magistrate hearing on March the 8th, 2023. I've spoken with property representatives as well as property management for Marina Oaks condominiums in reference to this violation and the steps that are being taken to correct the violation. A pre-hearing inspection that was performed on Sunday, May the 7th of 2023 of this week, found that the violation does remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending 63 days to come into compliance or $200 per day for that violation to accrue thereafter.
Let me just clarify, $200, whether it's one building or multiple buildings. If one building has a violation, the fine.
Yes, sir. That is
Okay,
correct.
okay. All right, the people wish to speak. Who's going to speak first, please? Somebody from the applicant. Who is going to talk?
I can go. I have no problem. This is Lior. but I just see that still the picture, so I'm not sure. The condition of the roof is due to a Hurricane Irma, which happened in 2017. And since then, we are in an open claim with the insurance company, which is actually a part of a lawsuit at the moment. We hope that this can be, I would like to say, settled. There was a court date, but as Your Honor probably knows, the courts are actually heavily busy with their calendar, and we're being pushed over and over and over. So there is no intent of not to do the roofs. We know that. It's just that this is a huge hardship when the insurance company is fighting something that they sort of admit that it happened and they took responsibility, but they're not taking responsibility of not sure what would be the word, but remediating the issue.
Okay, this has been 6 years, not 6 months. So I don't understand why it would take that long to get into court and have a hearing and get this resolved. So you've got, excuse me, you've got 63 days to address these buildings. If not, fines will begin to run. If it merits consideration when it's complete as to whether or not the lien should be reduced, if it goes to lien, because it probably will, you can seek this lien reduction at that time.
Your Honor, if I may, it's not that it's not being addressed. If you saw the pictures, you can see that like most of the buildings that were at question actually have like a white membrane. It's not even a tarp, which actually at the moment, those roofs are not leaking. So it's not like this is an issue that the association is being ignoring, as much as this is a temporary remediation of the situation until this is resolved. And we're in the hands of the courts and of the insurance company. This is like a big ticket item that what you're telling me right now that we have 63 days, even if I would have engaged a roofer today, this would not have been completed in 63 days. But other than the fact that like we're being put right now as somebody that really don't care as much as we did all of this, and we spend a lot of money taking the measures, it's just that obviously once there was the hurricane and things were not being addressed properly by the insurance, we had to engage an attorney. I know that this is a long time, and trust me, I'm very frustrated with it. And we thought that this was already done. And then the carrier decided that, no, we don't like it. And this is, I mean, we can add, or we can even put the code compliance officer with the attorney that is involved in it in the actual lawsuit. So you'll see this is not being taken lightly. But putting a sort of a gun to our forehead, you have 63 days. I don't know that we can do anything in 63 days unless the carrier will say, hey, we understand where you stand and we agree with it.
Mr. Cohen, when was the lawsuit filed?
The lawsuit was filed in 2019, and it's being, it wasn't the lawsuit. It was, the claim was filed just right after Irma. And I don't recall, I wasn't a part of the board, but some things were moving back and forth. In 2019, there was another claim, or reopened the claim. We engaged like another adjuster, so they saw that there is actually a more significant damage than the carrier admitted to. And after they were trying to go back and forth, I believe in 2020, they actually filed a lawsuit that is with the court. And this has been ongoing. I have been putting numerous hours like to try to go to mediation and all kinds of things like that. Obviously, I cannot speak of it because of the procedures, but we were supposed to have our day in court in January 2023. But as I mentioned at the beginning, the judge postponed us, I believe he says, to the fall of 2023, assuming this is a valid date. And the only thing I can say, which is like from the public records of the docket on the hearing, is that we have a case. Okay, I don't know if it's 100%, if it's 80%, if it's 50%, but based on the motions that were filed, we have a case. Now, obviously, we would like to take care of it as soon as practicable. But what do we do with it? Like the city putting more fines is just going to put us in a more of a hardship.
Inspector, do you have any comments as to additional fine?
The city would be open to having a request to reappear in 63 days to see where we are at as far as the status, hoping that you guys will have something more concrete by way of your attorney, as well as what is going to happen with this litigation claim that you are referring to, as well as I'd like to request that information be provided so that we can physically have it on the record. As of right now, a lot of what you said, to my knowledge, is hearsay.
I have no problem, Your Honor, like providing the information. And I never met with the code compliance. As you know, I'm a volunteer at what I do, and I do not reside at the community. But we have no issue if we need to set up a meeting to meet with code compliance, to set them up together with the attorney to show them whatever is public records. As you understand, like some stuff under the negotiation, we cannot disclose. But whatever you will be at a good level of comfort. And at the same time, as I mentioned all along, we are taking measures. It's not like that there is roofs that are leaking water and people are complaining and coming to complain. And you know, like we're doing nothing. Like I completely understand the situation and the hearing, but we did take measures and we keep taking measures, and we would like obviously to resolve that as soon as practicable.
Mr. Cohen, you didn't identify your relationship to the property. Could you state that for the record, please?
Yes, I'm the president of the association.
But you don't live there?
I do not live there.
Okay, so are you seeking to suspend the fines?
There are no fines. Yes.
63-day bring back mandatory reappearance.
Yes, Special Magistrate. And Mr. Rudley, will I be dealing directly with you as far as receiving this information, or will I be dealing with Mr. Cohen?
You'll be either dealing with me or John Paul Jacques. We are the management representatives who oversee the day-to-day activities on the property.
Thank you for the record.
Okay, that will be the order.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody else.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Lawsuit was filed. Next case, page 15. Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 22080501, case address 5201 Northeast 17th Avenue. Owner Lee T. Cooper and Susan L. Cooper. The case was first heard 11/9/22 to comply by 12/14/22. One suspension from 2/14/23 to 3/21/23. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $8,050 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Can you see me?
No,
Not yet.
Try that.
no.
Nope. One more time. Huh. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are you Mr. Cooper?
Yes, sir.
Okay, will you please state your name for the record?
Lee Thomas Cooper.
And please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Inspector Malika Murray, presenting on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22080501 for the property located at 5201 Northeast 17th Avenue. This case first came before the special magistrate on November the 9th, 2022, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. The violations were first cited on August the 17th, 2022. A total of 11 re-inspections were made at the property. There have been conversations in person with Mr. Cooper. During those conversations, the status of the violations as well as the corrective actions were discussed. Currently, as of today, the case is in compliance. It is the city's position that the fines be imposed as granted.
Okay, so my authority in this case is precisely why. State I could handle this better.
So, Your Honor, you could either impose the full amount or something less than the full amount, it's your discretion.
Okay.
We'll hear from Mr. Cooper.
All right, Mr. Cooper,
Yes, sir.
explain to me why you think the fine should be reduced. If that's what you're seeking.
I appreciate that.
What are your reasons to seek to reduce the fines? The total of $8,050. Why should you not pay that?
I put forth as much effort as I could to resolve the situation. There were some complications between getting a contractor on board and me contracting COVID at one point. So despite those things, I would be seeking a reduction just based on the fact that everything has been completed at this point, and it is much improved.
Did you have any complaints from neighbors about this property, or was this a?
Yes, Special Magistrate, we did have at least 2 separate neighbors complain about the property before bringing it.
Are the city costs, or just I build that into whatever I choose to do, right?
Well, if the Special Magistrate is inclined to reduce those actual fines, we like to point out that the administrative costs based on the number of inspections as well as Special Magistrate hearings should total somewhere about $755. Okay. It will total $755. I apologize.
I'm going to propose to reduce it to $5,000, inclusive of the costs.
Okay.
That's your.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
That's 5,000 with 755 inside there.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Okay, thank you all.
Good morning, Ms. Perez. How can we assist you?
Good morning.
How can we assist you?
Yeah, I am here.
Have we called your case? Have we called your case?
Oh, no, was a mistake. No. You called my case? I don't know.
No, we did not.
Oh, so sorry. We are fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Parker. How can we assist you? Mr. Parker, your case is on lien reduction. If you do not have any questions, you can log back in at 11 a.m.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22080173, case address 2200 Northeast 66th Street. Owner Imperial Point Colonnades Condominium Association. This case was first heard 11/9/22 to comply by 1/11/23. One suspension from 1/11/23 to 4/11/23. One section complied at $50 per day, and this was complied as of yesterday, 5/8/23, for a total of $1,350. The city is requesting the full amount.
Okay, who's here for this property? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Schwartzfeld on behalf of Imperial Point Colonnades.
1 second.
We have to swear in. Ms. Schwartzfeld, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Inspector.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 22080173. Case address is 2200 Northeast 66th Street. This property was first inspected on August 4th, 2022. and was brought before the magistrate on 11/9/2022, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply or a $50 a day violation thereafter, and a mandatory reappearance on 1/11/23. On 1/11/23, Special Magistrate Ansbro granted a 90-day extension and an order to reappear on April 11th. On April 11th, Special Magistrate Ansbro denied the extension and fines began to accrue. There was a permit issued as of April 28th, 2023. The permit number is BLV-ROOF-2304-0022, and the work has begun. I went by there yesterday and they are in process of repairing or replacing the roof, excuse me. So it's actually like all torn off. It's in the process of being put back up together. So I would like to comply as of yesterday. And I also would like all the photos entered for the record, and the city is requesting the admin costs at this time.
Just the admin cost?
The admin costs were a total of, what was it, 1,030 and I'm sorry, $1,350.
That was the final amount, $1,350. You're saying admin.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I apologize. So no, the city is requesting the admin cost of $884.
With no fines.
No fines, just the admin cost, correct?
Representative, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I'm sorry. What was the total? $884.
84.
We were here to explain to the city that we are in compliance, that we did everything, and ask for the reduction of fines, which they're not asking for fines, so it's just the admin costs. So,
Right.
and I just want to confirm that this is in compliance and this matter will be closed.
Well, it's in compliance when it's fully inspected and approved. You've got a permit and the work is underway. It's not in compliance, but she's treating it as in compliance because you have a permit. So it behooves you and your client to make sure they complete it timely.
Yes, of course, they're working through it. I believe the tiles are expected, and we did submit a letter from the roofing company. They're expecting the tiles to arrive in the next couple weeks, and they will complete the project at that time.
It's been pending for about 15 months, so it needs to wrap up.
Understood, Your Honor. As we've told the city previously, unfortunately, with supply chain issues and things of that nature, it's taken some additional time. I think there was some confusion on the permitting. It was put under the wrong building, as the roofer is doing all of the buildings in the condominium. But that has since been corrected. Everything has been, everything is where it needs to be, and the project is getting finalized.
Thank you. That's the order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 14, Inspector Doreen Cologne, case number CE 22120836, case address 1101 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner MPDX LLC. This case was first heard 2/14/23 to comply by 3/21/23. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $4,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning again, Senior Inspector Cologne. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Rashida Juman Khan.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
What is your capacity with the owner?
I'm the owner.
One of the owner, this corporation or the LLC? LLC is you.
The LLC is myself and another owner, Rick Caselli.
Okay. All right, we're going to hear from the inspector first.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne, case number CE 22120836, case address 1101 Northwest 7th Avenue. So this property was first inspected on December 31st, 2022. by Senior Inspector Garcia and brought before the magistrate on February 14th, 2023 by myself. Special Magistrate Ansbro did order 10 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter for violation 1812A, and for all remaining violations, 35 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 1st, 2023, and the 2 remaining violations are as follows. 9308B, there's debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. And the 9305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The violations are depicted in the photos for the record, and at this time, the city is requesting a full imposition of the fines, which continues to occur.
Okay. Yes, you wish to speak?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I believe the roof, I've sent pictures of the roof that has been cleaned and the trees that are off of 7th Avenue. The trees that were impeding the view on 7th Avenue, that has been cleaned. My issue is that dead space on the lawn that is in violation. I have been trying to work on this for months now, and it's turning out to be an very expensive issue, because as you can see, I have 3 tenants and 2 parking spaces. And since 2019, I've owned this property. My other tenants in the duplexes have been using that area as a parking space, and that's why there's dead space. So in order to remedy that, I need to add additional 2 parking spaces. And I was going to do it to the right of the ones that are there right now, in front of a gate that's in between the 2 buildings. That's going to cost me like $8,000. And I didn't realize how much I was accumulating in fines while I was trying to get the construction companies, because it needs to be permitted, right? The parking spots need to be permitted. Construction companies that I've elicited, they're long in getting me quotes back. I can give you all of the documentation that shows my soliciting the construction companies, but basically I finally got a quote for $8,000 to put 2 additional parking spaces there. And, that is just, I can't afford that right now. And of course, for me to go and fix the bald spot on the lawn is going to be additional money that is going to get wasted because my tenants need someplace to park. So right now I'm working on it. I have a quote for an additional 2 parking spaces, but of course it needs to be permitted. So I had to go through a proper construction company, et cetera, to do it. So I don't know what you guys suggest, or how I need help doing this, or I'm not help, but I just need some suggestions as to how to do this, and not just a quick fix. That's going to just cost me money. That's just like money throwing it away. Because can I put pavers down to produce 2 parking spots? What can I do?
If I may, Your Magistrate, so she is correct on saying that that there was a vehicle parking to the right side of the driveway. However, the missing grass is not just the driveway, it's all the whole side of the property, as you can see in the photos. So if she wants to extend the driveway, that's just another issue. But at this point in time, the city is, standing ground on the fact that that grass needs to be replaced.
But
So,
they need to park someplace. It's just going to get ruined, and it's just money thrown out the.
They're allowed to park on the street.
So she's asking for them to park, number one, it's near a stop sign on that corner there, so no, within, I think it's like 25 or 30 feet, you can't park over there, so that has to have grass regardless. Yeah.
I understand that.
Okay, so what are we gonna do about the roof? Maybe the roof is
So-
applied?
No, I don't think the roof has been complied. If you can zoom in on some of the pictures, you can see part of the flashing is filthy, it's dirty. It doesn't look like it was clean. She may have cleaned the top of the roof with some, maybe swept the branches off and trimmed the trees, but the roof is still needs to be cleaned.
What you mean?
Like you can see the flashing fascia area.
You mean the black on the fascia there, and that needs to be? I don't understand. Is it just the,
So there was debris, I believe, on top of the roof from the trees, which the tree was cleaned, but the fascia or flashing area also has to be cleaned. If that's some sort of tar or dirt or whatever, it has to be either removed or painted or cleaned or whatever measures you want to take.
yeah, I'd have to remove the whole fascia maybe. I don't even, okay. Because I cleaned the roof, I don't see anything's broken or hanging off. It's just the fact that it's black.
You need to meet with all that help, or not really, right?
I mean, it's not painted black. That's actually like from repairs or dirt. I'm not sure. So the whole fascia and flashing is not black. It's debris on the black.
If my tenants park in front of the wooden gate between the buildings, that's still on grass, would that be acceptable if it's not blocking the stop sign?
You can't park on grass.
See, that's the problem that I'm having, because in order to create two new, can I put down large pavers?
Not without permits and the whole process. You're not gonna wait for that. You can seek to do that and try to get a permit. If it requires a permit, it's several months to do that at least. So in the meantime, you have fines that are on there. They're going to continue to accrue at $50 a day, which is very reasonable. Once this is in compliance, you can seek a lien reduction, and we'll take a look at it if the inspector thinks you began to do what you needed to do. But we don't want to hear that that's the tenant's problem. You're the property owner.
No, I'm not saying it's a tenant's problem. I'm not.
Okay,
The issue I have is affording this.
Hold it. It's your responsibility as the property owner to get this in control. Fines are going to continue to
I'm
run.
working on it.
I know you are. The fines are going to continue to run until you complete it.
But you just told me that even if I were to sign this contract for an $8,000 slab to get parking, that I can't even put pavers down, it's going to take 4 months for the permit. And my $50 a day.
I didn't tell you how long it's going to take. This has been going on for several months, so we need to address it. The fines are going to continue, but when you get it resolved, the fines then stop, and then you can seek what's called a lien reduction. But I don't know if I would be getting a contract for somebody to do work until you know that person could get a permit for you. So
Yeah,
that's
I've only, because I knew I needed a permit, I've only been talking to, contractors that can pull permits.
okay, that's fine. But I'm not going to reduce the fines. The fines are going to continue. But I'm willing, if it comes back to me, to look at a reduction if you get this work done.
I don't even know how much I've accumulated in fines at this point. How much?
$4,900.
$4,900?
That's correct.
Oh my God.
$50 a day. For 49 days. For both cases. Again, it's not to punish you, it's to get your attention. Got your attention.
It's got my
Hold
attention.
it.
I've been trying.
Don't interrupt me. Thank you. Get the work done, and then you can seek a reduction.
I have to find $11,000.
I can't help you do that. I'm not a lender. I'm the magistrate. I'm making a ruling. The ruling is you need to fix these violations. Okay? That's the order.
Your magistrate, if she can give you a call, we'll go over everything after. You want to call me this afternoon?
Please work with her to show her what you can.
I'll talk to her.
Can do.
Call me this afternoon, we'll go over everything and I'll explain to you in detail and walk you through the process.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next case, page 19. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2207-0067. Case address 1500 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner David M. Bedoya. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 3/24/23, 4/18/23, and 5/2/23. 5 sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,000 approved. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Swear in.
Mr. Bedoya? Will you please unmute your camera?
Yes. Now, could you see me now?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
My name is David Bidoya.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I swear.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22070067, located at 1500 Northwest 19th Avenue. This case first came before special master on March 14 of this year, where evidence was presented in Magistrate in the city. These violations were first cited on July 7th of 2022. So far, a total of 15 re-inspections have been made to the property, where conversations by phone and in person with the property owner have been made. 15 re-inspections, 15 re-inspections so far. During these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. As of today, sir, we have no compliance on the property itself. If you may recall this case, this is one of the fences that he made, and he was asking or telling us about that he was going to fix it somehow. He has made applications for permits, but they're still in process. In regards to the driveway there as well, he's begun to do some fixing, as well as some picking up of the trash. The lawn there is still missing, but requires more attention, sir.
A lot of attention.
Yes, sir, that is correct. That's why the case itself is not in compliance. We have the property owner with us today here.
Yes, sir. What do you wish to tell us?
Am I allowed to speak now?
Yes.
Yes. As I said, I have been in contact with Mr. Caracas. He has helped me a lot. And I'm compliant with I clean the things that he has told me. I have following his instructions. The problems that I have had, I already submitted the permits, especially I need to make a driveway and a fence. The problem with the fence, I already applied for them. I had to make the survey and I submitted the permits, but I tried to do the things online and there's a problem. So I had to go there. I already resubmitted one of the permits, the one for the driveway, but the other one, I haven't been able to speak to the person who's in charge of that. So I'm still waiting for the approval. Once I submitted the first time, they could start doing the jobs. They told me I cannot do anything, just buy the materials, and that's what I have done. I bought the materials. I have most of the materials, and that's what I'm doing. So what I'm here for is to ask for more time to finish all the things that I have to do.
I'm not going to allow that for the landscaping. The landscaping is awful, absolutely awful. So I'm going to let the fines continue. Excuse me, do not interrupt me.
Okay, sorry about it.
That's all right. The fines for the landscaping will continue. What do you wish to do about the fence? What do you think?
So he actually has been making application. He is in the process as we speak. I will not oppose any time if you wish to.
What do you think is reasonable? The fact that he's got permits pending.
If
63.
I think that will be ample time for everything. 63 days for everything.
Okay, but I'm not going to do it for the lawn. I want the lawn addressed. Yeah, 63 days to address the fence issue. What else?
And the driveway.
And the driveway. Fence in the driveway. The landscaping, you need to address that immediately.
Well, I've been addressing it. Could I speak now?
Yes,
Yeah, I've been managing. I spoke to Mr. Caracas. He told me I could do the seed. I'm seeding the zone. I'm doing everything I do. I am using also something to, because the problem is also some bags that are on the air. So I'm taking care of that. I have a manual watering the grass manually, and I'm basically working on it. Uh, uh, I'm working on everything. I cleaned the things that he asked me to clean. There was some from the neighbors a tree that was coming into my place. I cut to the height that it was accordingly what he told me, and really all the things that I had to clean in my carpet, I clear it out. Now it's completely clean. I've been taking care of it. Now, another thing that I had is with the seats, I'm seating it with the flood. I had a problem also after with the flood. It's that when the flood happened, everything into my, it didn't go into my house, but in all over the grass, it was full of sand. And right now, that's one of the issues that I had. But I'm keeping, I'm still working on the landscape. I'm sitting and I'm trying to use the everything to get rid of the bugs that these are in there.
all right, let me stop you for a
So,
second.
yeah,
Can you
sorry.
do this by seeding? Is that
He
an option?
can, but it takes time to actually the seed to grow.
A long time.
Yes, it takes some time. I believe that he will, at some point, he will be required to buy some sort of either sod. He will have to buy some sods. I suggest, if I may, sir, the lawns, the fence, and the driveway, if we can actually have some time for him.
All of them?
All just those three. In regards to the overgrowth and the trash, I understand it's not his trash. It's actually trash from the neighbors that blows onto his property, but it's still his responsibility to pick it up. And basically that is my suggestion. Again, at the end of the day, if the lawn doesn't grow with the seeds that he's actually putting down, he eventually will have to buy some sod.
Okay, so 63 days for those three violations.
That is correct.
So 4, actually.
Landscaping, the fence, this overgrowth that he was saying, or the landscaping material, he still has to, even it's in the swale, it's actually his responsibility as well to maintain it, even though the city placed it there, but it's actually to maintain it, so that's not maintained. Again, Your Honor, 9-305B, the landscaping, if we can have some time, 9-8H1, if we can have some time on that. And also the driveway, 9-304B, if we can have some time on that. Everything else, if you would like, we can actually continue bringing funds.
Okay, all right, so make sure he understands which ones are running fine.
I'll definitely give him a call today.
Well, for clarity of the record, if we could, Your Honor, let's go through each violation just to make sure that we're the record is clear and that the order will be clear. So as 18-12A, the city's requesting that Your Honor impose the fines.
Okay.
As to 9,
Yes.
yes, as to 9-305B, we're asking for a stay in fines and additional time.
Okay.
For 63 days, yes, ma'am. And then 9-280H1, also to stay the fines and allow an additional 63 days. 9-305A,
That one is continued because that's the overgrowth that's on top of the sidewalk. You can only put it there.
so keep that in close.
That line continues.
Yes.
So those know that you understand.
Yes.
And then 9-304B, a stay in fines with 63 additional days.
Stored. You understand that, sir?
Yes, I understand. I will be in contact with Mr. Caracas to about everything, and thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 20. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 22100478, case address 1000 Southeast H Street. Owner Benjamin Coulter and Marjorie R. Coulter. This case was first heard 12623 to comply by 2523, 2923, and 3223. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $6,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Benjamin Coulter.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 221000478, located at 1000 Southeast 8th Street. This case first came before special master on January 26, 2023, where evidence was presented to the magistrate and found for the city. These violations were first cited on October 13 of 2022. There were a total of 13 re-inspections that have been made to the property. During these times, a conversation has been done with the owner in person. Conversations of the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. I'm happy to say that there is compliance today with the actual case itself. Yes, sir.
So we have a $6,300 fine as accrued, is that correct?
It is the position of the city that the fines be imposed as read. But if the magistrate is inclined to give time of fines, we would like to point out that the administrative costs have been incurred by the city of a total of $847.
Long as it's been pending. 26, right?
The gentleman actually did comply within the time frame that you've actually provided to him. Unfortunately, the fines were accrued because they just needed time, but I'm happy to say that there has been compliance.
And he has been cooperative.
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay. There was a total of $1,500, $847, which can't be waived. So the fine is about $700 on top of the costs, which must remain. $1,500 flat, $847 built into that. No, $1,500. Yeah, total $1,500. You would owe the $847 anyhow. Fines are modest.
It's $1,500. That includes the admin costs. Yes.
You understand, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That's the order.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for complying.
Next case, page 1. Inspector Robert Sarowich. Case number SFP 23010036. Case address 1105 Northeast 13th Street. Owner 1103 Acquisition LLC in care of Rochman Enterprises. Personal service on 42723, posted at City Hall 426. Page 1 at the bottom. Will you please state your name for the record? Unmute your mic, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Please
my name is Cherie.
Sorry, go ahead. State your name.
Oh, I didn't know if you could hear me. Yeah, my name is Cherie Eriks.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Are you the owner of the company?
I am not. We are the brewery that operates inside the space, and we have submitted a power of attorney so that we can speak on behalf of the owner today.
Okay. Inspector's going to speak.
Good morning. Captain Robert Casar with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 23010036. Property address 1105 Northeast 13th Street. Property residing in reference to NFPA 113.3.1.1. The fire sprinkler system is in need of service. I have contacted the fire sprinkler contractor. They had delays apparently going out to get the service work done. It did take our notice of violation to precipitate the repairs getting done, but it's my understanding they're supposed to be on site today to do these repairs. So at this time, we'll request 35 days or $100 a day, which gives them plenty of time to finish up that job and get the sprinkler system certified and back in service.
And I haven't fines yet. No, just on her. Yes, for a fine.
Yeah.
Right, because if they don't comply with it, then.
Okay, then the fine will start then.
Yes.
Okay.
Would request 35 days for them to come into compliance. I think that shouldn't be a problem. And the respondent probably will agree, since I did speak with the fire sprinkler contractor and they are scheduled to be on site today.
Understood?
Yes, they are on site as of this morning. And just for the record, I wanted to, sort of explain the change in control of the brewery and its operations, which led to some of the delays. My husband and I took over operations in September. Back in July, prior to us taking over, there was an inspection done, and it was at that point there was a report generated that my husband and I just did not know about. So it wasn't until it came to our attention. We've been pushing the fire sprinkler company since January to get the work done, and they are on site as of today.
Okay, that will be the order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next case. Page 6. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CET 2010012, case address 2200 Northwest 22nd Street, owner Perfect Property Resources LLC. So owner is here by our parent, and this is posted at City Hall 42623. Mr. Watson, will you please state your name for the record?
John Watson,
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes, ma'am.
And your relationship to the property, Mr. Watson?
I'm the attorney for Perfect Property Resources LLC, which has been cited with the violation, but they're not the owner.
Okay,
But we have
thank you.
complied with the violation.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23010012, case address 2200 Northwest 22nd Street. The property was inspected on January 2nd, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A has complied. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that have been replaced by sand and requires a living ground cover. BCZ-39-275 subsection 9 subsection E1 has complied. An inspection report was issued on January 2nd, 2023. I re-inspected the property on 2/1 and that all violations were remained at the time. A notice of hearing was posted. As of pre-hearing inspection on 5/10, the violation remained as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation. I met with the property owner who said he wanted to put concrete down and he would be applying for a permit. Hence me giving a little bit more time for him to get that accomplished.
So it's just the landscape remains.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counsel?
Yes, sir. It was my understanding that he had cleared all violations. So are we just talking about the sand? Is that?
Yes, sir. Just the landscaping, but it has to have grass.
Okay.
He said he wanted to put concrete, which is allowed, but at this time, that's the violation of having living ground cover put in.
Okay. I spoke to him earlier this morning. He said he'd taken care of everything. May we have some additional time to fix that?
Well, that's exactly what I did. I gave 63 days for him to apply for the permit and get the job completed, or he can put the grass down and have it done that way. I mean, that
Okay.
would be his choice.
All right, so he's got 63 days to get the permit and get it cleared up.
Yes,
Or
sir.
lay down sod immediately.
Yes, sir.
$50 fine per day. Did you hear that?
Yes, yeah,
Okay, so ordered.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. Thank you.
I'm in the break here.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, 5-minute break.
We're on a 5-minute recess.
Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Bruce.
Good morning.
Hi, your case is in compliance. You don't have to be at the hearing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a great day.
I sent her an email. Leandria Walker, asked her what's the affiliation with the property and if she could send a power of attorney. I emailed her, Leandria.
Good morning, Ms. Walker.
Hello? Yes.
Hi. So for this particular case that you signed up to speak for, did you provide power of attorney?
I did not. Unfortunately, the owner should be logging on soon so that he can speak for himself because I don't have the power of attorney notarized. So I was not able to provide it.
But you said that the property owner is already logged on or is going to log on.
He should be logging on shortly.
What's the property owner's name?
Let me text him. Eusebio.
I'm sorry,
Eusebio
say again.
Gomez. Eusebio Gomez. I'm sorry. I'm driving. I'm so sorry.
I don't.
Hello?
Yeah, I don't see him.
You don't see him?
As of yet, no.
Okay. Yes, I just sent him the link information, so he should be logging on. He
Okay.
wasn't able to get the power of attorney notarized in time. So
okay,
let's see.
No worries.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
So if you guys could maybe come back around, let me work on him so I can get him in here.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Ms. Perez, how can we assist you?
Just to be sure that you don't call my case.
No, ma'am, we have not called your case as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Ms. Camacho, how can we assist you?
I think I'm gonna get on the motion just so I can.
Ms. Camacho, you are here for lien reduction. So we're going to lower your hand at this time.
All right, we're live. Your speakers up.
Next case, page 18. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 22120347, case address 3021 Northwest 19th Street. Owner R. Donfa LLC, the Sheriff Family Dollar, attention Leaf Accounting Street number 30486. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 4/11/23. One section not complied at $250 per day. $35,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Ms. Bennett? Ms. Bennett, will you please state your name for the record?
Sure. Good morning, Vanessa Bennett, Mincer Sarowitz, on behalf of Family Dollar.
Can't hear you, Ms. Bennett.
My volume is all the way up and I've unmuted myself.
Now we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, very well. Good morning, Vanessa Bennett, Mincer Sarowitz, on behalf of Family Dollar.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the record. This case first became before the special magistrate on March 14/23, where evidence was presented to the city. These violations were first cited by Manny Garcia, Senior Manny Garcia, on 12/15/22. A total of 9 inspections were made on the property. The case is not in compliance. The city is recommending full impositions of fines.
Ms. Bennett?
Yes, so my understanding is that the parking lot issues have been resolved on April 4th of this year. All other violations are still pending. Vendors were dispatched to the property, quotes were requested, and we're just waiting an ETA for the date of repairs.
Fines and let the fines continue. Non-compliance.
I just want to be clear, the fines will continue only as to the outstanding violations, not the parking lot violation, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Violation complied for parking.
Yes, on April 4th of this year, it was resolved.
The striping hasn't been done.
I'm
As you can
sorry?
see. Are you talking about the striping?
No, the stains in the oils. We actually have photographs. The stains in the oils in the parking lot.
So council, part of that violation.
I'm sorry, the oil stains.
Right, part of that violation, 47-20.20H, says the parking facilities are not maintained at this property. The parking has dirt and oil stains. The parking lot needs to be resurfaced and restriped. Permits may be required. So what the inspector is saying is that there's this restriping has not been done yet.
Okay, all right, sorry, I understood that. I couldn't really hear you, but when was the last time you went out to the property? Because I have photographs where it looks like it was repaved and the stripings were redone.
The last inspection, I have to get my computer. Can you pull that up for me? Please?
Do you have a permit number for the resurfacing of the parking lot?
It's 47-20.20H.
No, that's the ULDR section that we cited under the violation. I'm saying a permit number do you have a permit number handy where a contractor did that work?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't. It was just reported to me that it was completed and I have photographs.
Yes.
So council, it's going to be the city's recommendation that we, that all the fines be imposed and the inspector will go out expeditiously. And if indeed the parking component is completely complied, she will comply it. And then I would also suggest if you have time-stamped photos showing that condition, then we can always backdate that compliance. And if it was in compliance back in April, we can so reflect that.
Okay, so just so I understand for the record, when was the last time you haven't gone out there since April 4th, 2023, correct?
April 11th and April 26th.
April 26th.
The code officer was at the property on April 11th and April 26th.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Next case, page 26. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 22110429. Case address 2201 Northwest 29th Terrace. Owner L. Lockhart Jr. and Johnny M. Lockhart. This case was first heard 3/4/23 to comply by 4/11/23. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $4,200 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. And this is a request for extensions.
Hello. Good
Yes,
morning.
Good morning. Will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Anita Lockhart.
Will you please raise your right hand? I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Sorry, who else is there?
I have my father with me.
Can he state his name for the record?
Let me call him. Let me get my. Daddy, come here, hurry up. Come on. Yeah, come on. No, we ain't going nowhere. Come on. This on a court hearing. Okay, hold your right hand up, Daddy. I have him here with me. Put your right hand up.
Can he state his name for the record?
State your name. Tell me what your name is.
Lockhart. LESSIE LOCKHART.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear and affirm that do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yeah, that's my daughter.
Okay, and ma'am, you also?
My name is, yes, I swear.
All right, so the code inspector will testify first, ma'am.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. The case was first came before the magistrate on 3/14, where the evidence was presented and found for the city and given 28 days to comply. These violations were first cited on November 20th, 1922. A total of 8 inspections were done on the property. The case is not in compliance. The city is requesting imposition of fines.
Okay, ma'am, now you can, if you want to go ahead and state why you need an extension, please.
Okay, well, basically, my mother lives in the house. She's 73 years old. She has some mental health issues. I was never told of the compliance problem because I think she was literally just throwing the papers in the garbage. Somehow my brother seen that there was notices coming. You can get an email showing you the mail that you have coming. So my brother seen something was coming from the city and he went in and we pulled up these violations. So basically I just found this out as of last month. So I want to go in and do the corrections and do the corrections, but I just found out as of last month.
So ma'am, how much time do you think you need to comply with the 3 violations?
I'm gonna say 60 days. Actually, it's like I'm going through a whole lot of other things. My mother has some mental health issues, as I explained, and it's kind of hard for me to start doing anything. Like I tried to have some grass delivered and she will not let them deliver the grass. So right now I have that on hold until I deal with her because I think I'm actually gonna have to get somebody to get her out the house for me to do this work.
Oh, yeah, so sorry, I'm gonna translate for the magistrate who's losing his voice. He's gonna order that you
Okay.
all come into compliance within 63 days.
Okay, now there are fines as of right now, because I think the fine started on April the 12th. Am I correct?
You are correct, and we will stay those fines, so we'll stop the fines and give you an additional 63 days. And then, again, I would suggest stay in contact with the inspector. So as you come into compliance, like for example, the outdoor storage and removing the couch from outside the property, you should hopefully be able to do that really quickly.
Right.
Call the inspector, she can come out and inspect and then comply that component. So, you know, as long as you're making positive progress, we'll work with you.
Okay, I believe she gave me her name and number from, because I did speak with her too.
Yes.
Okay, so okay, so thank you. So I'm really gonna
63 days.
Okay, so 63 days from today. Now, will I have to come back, or do I just call her when everything's done and she'll?
Well, you may not have to come
Complete it as
back.
that.
So yeah, stay in touch with the inspector.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much.
Next case is on page 10. Inspector Diego Santos. Case number CE 23030927. Case address 408 Southwest 25th Terrace, owner Edgard and Marlene Pierre, posted at property 42623, posted at City Hall 42623. Mr. Pierre, can you hear us?
Mr. Pierre, if you can hear us, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
Will you please state your name, state your names for the record?
All right, I'm Edgar Pierre Jr. and this is Edgar Pierre Senior.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
The inspector is going to testify first.
All right.
Good morning, Inspector Diego Santos, representing the city of Fort Lauderdale. The case as read. On March 8th, 2023, I got a request to re-inspect the property following up old case that was opened back in 2019 case that was CE 1905046. As I conducted my inspection, I found the following violations: 18-1, the public no-sense storage, the storage underneath the carpool, consisting of indoor furniture and other miscellaneous items at this property, creating a public nuisance. This is a repeated violation from the case CE 1905046 that was originally opened on May 6, 2019. There's also 18-12A, overgrowth and trash. That case, that section was actually complied on May 7, 2022, also part of the repeated violation. 9-305B, the landscape maintenance. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of that are missing ground cover. This is also part of the repeat violation. And then 9-3138, the address number violation. Property is not identified by opposed numbers. There's an existing decal that is faded. There's an existing number also in the building that is painted the same house color that is not visible from the street. So this is actually a new violation. So for the repeated violations, 18-1, 1812A and 9-305, the city is requesting full imposition of fines of the total of $4,625. That is calculated based on $25 per day per violation since the property was cited on March 8, 2023. Breaking down the 18-12A, there was a 61 days without compliance, so that breaks down to 1,525. And 18-1 and 18-305B, it comes with a total of 3,100, which will continue to accrue until they actually comply. For violation, the 9-313A, for the address number violation, the city is requesting 10 days for the property owner to come into compliance or have a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
Mr. Pierre, would you like to respond now, please?
Let me see. We're gonna comply with everything. We're just gonna need a little bit more time.
A little bit more time. I'm gonna comply everything because I was not working at the time to do everything. So now I just get a little job. So I'm gonna try to fix everything right.
And also, I was gone. I didn't even know he was going through all this like that. I was gone. So I'm here now to help him handle all this. So I was saying like at least 2 months, everything should be clear.
I mean, Your Honor, I'll speak on behalf of the city. For the last violation, which is the house numbers, that's a safety issue for the property owner in the event that, you know, there's an emergency and rescue can't find. So we would like to stick to the 10 days for you all to get proper house numbers up on the.
All right. Yeah, we'll have that done by this weekend.
And then the other, Your Honor, you know, we'll rely on Your Honor if you'd like to stop the fines.
You guys from somebody saw?
Yeah, we got
So the city is not imposing to actually extend it to the 61 days. 63, I'm sorry. And then we will continue to impose the fines until he actually got fixed, and then he can apply for a reduction later.
Okay, so fines continue, but 63 days.
But 63 days, and then after he complies.
But I'm confused.
Yeah. No fines for 63 days.
Okay, no fines, okay. The city's not open. What is it?
I'm sorry, 9-3, the house numbers, we're giving them 10 days.
10 days.
Yeah.
Yes.
1812 is complied, which fines of $1,525. 18-1 and 9-305B, they have fines already accumulated of 3,100, which was not to approve, because they are not compliant.
Suspend those for the 63 days.
No, so basically.
When the fines are done.
Yeah, the fines can run and he can come back for a reduction after it's complied.
So, yeah, so Mr. Pierre, Pierre's both, so. Yeah, well, let me try to explain. I'm trying to assist the magistrate who's losing his voice.
All right.
So as to the last violation, which is the house address numbers, you'll have 10 days to come into compliance.
All right.
As to the middle violation, which is 1812A, the inspector has already testified that you've come into compliance. But because it was a repeat violation, the fine begins to run at the date of the inspection. So that is already a set amount of $1,525. As to the other two violations, the first one, 18-1, and the third violation, 9-305B, those again are also repeat violations. So the fines begin to run at the date of the inspection. They will continue to run. So our suggestion is try to get into compliance as quickly as you can. Once all of the components, all the four, you've got one already complied, so the other three are in compliance, then you can come back before the magistrate and ask for a lien reduction and explain why it took, you were out of town, why it took so long to comply.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay,
So I got you.
Yeah, so once you get those address numbers out, and up on the house, just contact the inspector so he can comply that, and then you just have the other two to work on when they're finished. Again, if it's one by one, call the inspector, he'll put in the date, and then when you're all done, you can come back and apply to reduce the lien fine.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
Okey doke, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
ma'am.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 23010293. Case address 104 Southwest 24th Avenue. Owner Bianca Perez, posted at property 42623, posted at City Hall 42623.
Hi,
Hi, will you please state your name for the record?
Bianca Perez.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, only the truth.
Good morning, Inspector Diego Santos, represent the city of Fort Lauderdale, case as read. On January 10, 2023, I conducted an initial inspection of the property in question, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, which was applied, and 9-305B, the landscape maintenance. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the front of the property in the swell area. At this time, the city is requesting 35 days for the property owner to come into compliance, or $25 per day for the violation thereafter.
Where are pictures? Hold on one second, Ms. Perez. We're looking for the pictures for the magistrate.
No worries.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, below it. The file, it's not there?
No.
So what's remaining, the landscape?
Just the landscape, yes. I have the pictures in my.
I can do it. No worries.
Come in.
She was asking if she come.
That's what's remaining.
Yes, that's all.
Okay, Ms. Perez, your turn.
Yes. I can talk?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, I am aware that the issues, but I don't try to justify me at all, but
What?
yes, I have been taken care of my father. He was in hospital. And he passed away last April 21. And I was aware, and I asked the inspector to give me some time because I'm having a rough time.
So, ma'am, the magistrate said, we'll give you 35 days to comply. We're obviously are all very sorry for your loss. It's just property maintenance, so 35 days. And if you want to just keep in touch with the inspector,
Yes.
that would be great.
And I start, and I put some ground because this is sands, and when I put many times seed there and don't grow because it's sands, and on the sand don't grow, and I put ground already, and I put seed again and fertilization to make them grow. But some day it's very hot and the grass don't doing nothing and the seed don't grow. And other time it's flooding and it's crazy weather, sorry, but it's crazy. We get a flooding floating, whatever, a lot of water. Some days so hot, and it's impossible. It's hard because it's very sun there, and the weather don't help. Some days it's very hot, some days raining too much. It's hard to keep them, but I promise I working in. I put the ground and the seed and the fertilizations to see it grow, and I hope to grow because also I having new job, and I try to keep my finance stable. I have a little rush times, but I promise that I'm working in.
So, Ms. Perez, the magistrate asked me to relay to you, you probably, and stay in touch with the inspector. The seeds probably aren't gonna work. You're probably gonna need to put down sod. But please take, after the hearing on later today or tomorrow, get with the inspector and talk about, what you can do to comply. You only have one of the 2 violations left. The other one is complied. And just, contact the inspector and then, figure that out with him. So
Okay.
35 days to comply or 20.
Sure, I work. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 5, Inspector Rafael Santos. Case number CE 230300201, case address 420 Southwest 16th Street, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Joseph A. Borello. The owner is here by our parents, posted at property 42623. That City Hall, I'm sorry, 42623. Will you please state your names for the record?
Thomas Borello.
And your relationship to the property, Mr. Borello?
My father is the property owner. He should be on this call as well. It's Joseph Borello.
Yep, we see him.
Okay.
We see him, he's got to come in to the room.
Okay.
Mhm.
Will you please turn your camera on?
Is my camera not on?
Not you, your
Oh,
father.
father. Thank you.
He's not responding.
Yeah, I turned it on, excuse, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230300201. Address is 420 Southwest 16th Street. This property was first inspected on March 7th, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the front yard. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing paint, peeling paint. 9-308B, which is complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked in the grass lawn area in the rear of the property. 18-12A, which is complied. An inspection report was posted on March 7th, 2023 on the property, and a copy was mailed to the owner on BCPA. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted May 7th, 2023, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter.
Joseph O. Thomas, you can speak now.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me? This is Joseph.
Yes, Joseph, that's my father. To talk.
Yes, I wasn't made aware. I'm the owner. I've owned the property for over 40 years. I've lived there. I'm not currently resident there, but I am still the owner. My son lives there now. I wasn't made aware by any notification of any violation. I've kept the property in good standing for as long as I've owned it. Recently, had some problems with the irrigation system. I did pressure clean the property back in September and acknowledged that there were some violations and the trash was cleaned up. I had the trees trimmed back in September. The irrigation system was broken by the landscape maintenance contractor and it's recently been repaired. So I'll have that back. It's back running and I'll have the yard should come back with the summer weather and the natural rainfall and it'll come back. As far as the home itself, there is no fascia or soffits. It's the type of construction where the stucco goes all the way up to the roof. The metal flashing that wraps around the roof is stained from the roof, and we're gonna pressure clean and paint that immediately within the next 30 days. We'll have that complied with. The trailers were one of the tenants' trailers. He's moving them out, so I'm not sure if that's a violation. I wasn't aware that was a violation. I've had that property for, as I mentioned, over 40 years. I'm not saying just because I owned it 40 years, it's okay, but I was never made aware of any violation of regards to trailers in the backyard. But if it is a violation, we'll move them. I'll ask the tenant to move them. And as far as the sod goes, I think it'll grow back. The irrigation was broken. I think with watering it, the grass will grow back, and I could put some pieces of sod down in the yard. But the part that I'm not understanding is the swale area. That the way the house is laid out and configured on the property, it's very close. It's pretty close to the road, and that's where the parking has been since I've owned the property for over 40 years. And grass just can't be sustained along the edge of the roadway up to the front yard. That's the parking. So I'm not sure how to handle that. It's been that way for 45 years since I've owned it, 42 years or whatever. But as far as the front yard itself and any of that, that'll be in compliant right away. And the house, I'll clean and pressure clean and paint the metal flashing around the house and any major visible stains on the house that, it has the staining. The air conditioners go through the wall, and as they drip, as you run the air conditioner, the water drips down the wall, and so those are always going to stain the wall. They have to be periodically cleaned and painted, which I normally do. It's probably just due to have that done right now, and that's my understanding of the violations, and I will come in compliant with the ones that we mentioned, but I would like some more clarification about the sodding in the front yard all the way out to the street.
Yeah, with our code, the swell area must have live ground cover, which would be sod. So it's the front yard and the swell area would need sod there.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it cannot sustain grass the way the property's laid out. It's been that way. As I mentioned, it's been that way for 40 years, and I don't know how I can bring it into compliant now. That's where the parking is. It's parallel to the street, and the front yard is grassed. It's been that way since I purchased the property in the 70s. So I'm not sure why now is the time where I have to come in compliant with something that has been that way since I've owned the property.
So, Mr. Borello, I'm speaking on behalf of the magistrate because he's starting to lose his voice. He stated the property does need to come into compliance. If you're parking there, perhaps you should not park there, but that part of the property is also going to have to be complied. Or fines will eventually start to accrue.
Can I ask a question? Another question?
Sure.
When did if the property's been maintained in a good manner for 40 some odd years, why am I being cited now? And it's in this. Granted, it was I had some problems in the last few months with the grassing and the irrigation, but it's been corrected. But why but why now? Like, has there been a new ordinance, or why is there a compliance issue now?
Sir, as the magistrate just said, you've said that several times, and the order is going to reflect that you have to be in compliance with the city code. Yeah.
But with all due respect, I didn't get an answer to why I was was there a new code change, or I'm just asking a question.
Well, I mean, and with all due respect back to you, there's absolutely no evidence that the property has been in that condition for the past 40 years. And even if there was evidence, that's legally irrelevant to the violation at hand. You have to be in compliance with the code sections that are stated as reflected by the pictures, that they're not in compliance.
May I speak for a moment?
Yes, the magistrate said yes.
The inspector mentioned something about gravel, maybe, like if there was some type of gravel, and there's several houses with some type of little gravel in the situation. Would that be acceptable somewhere along the swale?
You would have to go to the city and see if they would permit for the gravel to be put there in the swale area.
So the engineering division of permitting handles requests and evaluates requests for swales and lawns and that sort of thing. So that's what the inspector is suggesting. If you go and speak to them, they can help you go through different options that you could have there on the property.
Okay, so the Department of Engineering, you said?
Yes, it's the engineering division of the Department of DSD. Yes, where you get all your permits. If you ask for the engineering section, they should be able to help you go through options of what you can have.
Okay.
I have one more question, if I can.
Yes.
Go ahead, you said.
Yes, do I need a permit if I were to grass that area? Is that?
No, a permit's not required to put grass down.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 22. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 22110387629. 629, case address 629 Northwest 13th Terrace, owner Cascade Funding Meeting Trust, take care of PHH Mortgage Trust. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 4/11/23. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,400 approved. The city is requesting the full amount and the fine continue to occur.
We're on break.
Yes.
No. Oh. He's coming into the room. Yeah. He's swearing in, we don't need to just say.
Yeah.
We need them.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Tracy Thornhill for Cascade and PHH.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. present on behalf of the city. Case number and address as read. This case was first heard on 3/14/23. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations of this property by 4/11/23. Pre-hearing inspection conducted on 5/8/23, and the violation remains. City is requesting full imposition of the fines.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I didn't know if I could speak. We have requested bids We're evaluating those bids and we would just ask for the 63 days and the state of the fines as requested by the parties in these proceedings today.
The magistrate said no. I'm just trying to assist him because he's losing his voice.
I understand. I've been here the whole time listening.
Okay.
Yeah. But we
He
have,
said that you should need 2 months to address the violation.
okay, can we get 30 days then?
City's requesting a full imposition, it's up to your honor. So fine there, it's just for the exterior paint, the dirtiness of the wall there, so.
It just seems to be a painting issue.
What was that, sir?
Well, I just said, I was agreeing with you. It seems just to be a painting issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 days. 10 days, then the fines for 10 days.
He said, the magistrate said, he'll give a 10-day extension.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Then the fines continue after that.
That also include the 10-day fine suspension as well.
Yes.
Yes, and then they'll commence after the 10 days if not complied.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Next case, also page 22, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 2206-0330. Case address 524 Northwest 21st Terrace. Owner Kodos Investments FA LLC. This case was first heard 10/11/22 to comply by 11/15/22. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. $8,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Will you please state your name for the record? Unmute your mic.
Sebastian Bernick.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
And sir, what is your relation to the property?
I am the owner.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This case was first heard on 10/11/22, where Magistrate Purdy ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct violations of his property by 11/15/22. Case has been heard twice afterward, where an extension was granted for the first one and the previous one, the extension was denied. A pre-hearing inspection was done 5/8/23. The violations remain. A check of the system revealed the permits still have not changed from the awaiting client reply stage. City is requesting full imposition of the fine.
Sir?
Yeah, it's correct. We're working with the city and we have one more paper to finish, but I understand the position of the city. Because we ask extension all the time. And I understand. I need all the permits to start working in the property. I can't touch the property again until I have the permits. And what can I do? I only have to wait to have all the papers.
So the magistrate is going to impose the fines, and then when you come into compliance, you can always seek a lien reduction.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 22090712. Case address 1217 Northwest 6th Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC. This case was first heard 1/11/22 to comply by 2/14/23. One suspension to 3/14/23 to 5/9/23. The fine start 5/10/23. This is in order to reappear. Do you please state your name for the record?
Dennis Wright.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
And Mr. Wright, you are the property owner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Morning, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This is a notice to reappear. They were required at the last hearing to obtain the demolition permit, which they have. Is currently in process. Demolition permit BLD CDEM 23050001 has been applied for and paid for. It's currently in process. It's the stage that it's in. So and conferring with my supervisor and manager, we agreed for 63 days extension with well, no fines have ran yet, but a 63-day extension so that they can, get that process going. And then there's two other cases. It's 3 folios at this property. There's 2 other cases that are coming after this. We want all 3 to have the same order.
I'll read the next case. Case number CE 22090725, case address 1219 Northwest 6th Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC. This case was first heard 1/11/22 to comply by 2/14/23. One suspension 3/14/23 through 5/9/23. Fine start 5/10/23, and this is in order to reappear. Next case, page 26, case number CE 22090729, case address 1223 Northwest 6th Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. This case was first heard 1/11/22 to comply by 2/14/23. One suspension 3/14/23 to 5/9/23. Fine start 5/10/23, and this is in order to reappear.
So I would say, yeah, 63 days with a mandatory reappearance. No fines.
So, Mr. Wright, the magistrate has ordered a 63-day extension in all 3 cases.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of our respondents. Oh. What, there's one more?
I'm saying we don't know if this is our respondents because we're virtual, so there could be more respondents I have to ask.
Okay.
If we are now getting ready for lien reduction, however, if there are any attendees waiting in the attendee room that has a regular code case, please use the raise hand function. This is not for lien reduction attendees, only regular special magistrate attendees. If you are still in the waiting room and your case has not been called and the property owner is present, please use raise hand function. Ms. Walker, we do see you, and we also see the property owner, which is Eusebio Gomez. Good morning, Mr. Argimon. Could you please state the property that you're here for?
I'm for case CE 221.
Mr. Argimon, are you here for lien reduction?
Yes,
Lien reduction has not yet started.
okay,
We'll be with you shortly.
thank you.
Okay. The property owner is here.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Rafael Santos. Case number CE 22090223, case address 1440 Miami Road, owner 1440 Rose LLC. This case was first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 4/12/23. One section not complied at $25 per day, $675 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Will you please state your name for the record?
Leandria Walker. I'm sorry.
Hi, Leandra.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Eusebio Gomez, as the manager of
Please.
the MC.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
And who are you in relation to the property?
I am the manager of the LLC, who owns the property.
Thank you. And Ms. Walker?
I am the manager for the property.
Okay, thank you. She's the property manager and he's part of the LLC.
Ms. Walker, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22090223. The property address is 1440 Landing Road. Case was first heard on January 11th, 2023, where the magistrate found for the city giving 91 days to April 12th, 2023 to come into compliance, or a fine is $25 per day. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 7th, 2023, and found the violation remains. The city is requesting full imposition of the fines. For the record, the property was cited under section 47-20.20.h, and that's for the parking facilities being faded, needing restriping, and the wheel stops needing to be painted as well.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Leandro, do you want to explain the permitting issue we have with the city?
Yes,
Sure.
I will
Go
explain it.
Yep.
Okay, so we hired an asphalt company to, take care of getting everything repaired for us. They originally submitted their permit back in October of last year, but there's been some issues, technical issues with the system where it's been taking a very long time to get them approved. So we finally got the last reviewer to reply on the 4th of this month, and he's asking that we submit a different type of permit because of the location of the repairs, which we have already. I could give you both permit numbers if you guys would like to look it up, but we are diligently trying to get them, repaired, but it's just been a holdup with the permits in the city.
Up to you. 35 days?
Yeah, well, the city will request to stay the fines and give an extension of 35 days. Would that be enough time to get your permit and have that swell area done?
We're hoping. I will stay on the reviewers, every day to make sure and advise that, we need to get it done. But of course, we're at the mercy of the city of Fort Lauderdale, with how fast they can review that permit and get it out of there.
So I'm helping the magistrate because he's losing his voice. And so the order is a 35-day extension, stay of fines. Yeah, that's it. Just keep in touch with the inspector, please.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. So are all remaining respondents for lien reduction? If you are not in the waiting room for lien reduction, please use the raise hand function. There's another respondent. Yanir Hagen, Steven Zimmerman.
So there's apparently another respondent for.
Good morning, Cindy. What case are you here for? I'm sorry, what address are you here for?
She's
Cindy, you're here for lien reduction. Lien reduction has not yet started. Jeremy, you are also here for lien reduction. It has not yet started. You here? Yanir, please unmute yourself and let us know what property you're here to speak on.
My name is Yanir Dan. I'm the manager of Path 2 Investments LLC, and I'm here for 1229 Miami Road, units 1 to 6.
You are here for lien reduction, sir.
Correct.
Not yet started. It has not yet started. Thank you.
Apologies. Thank you.
No worries. So we are going to take a brief recess before we begin our lien reduction portion of the hearing. Thank you for your patience.
They still have to read them in. Well, start again now. The people who are here for lien reduction, if you would please give us a few more minutes. We have to do our non-respondents, and then we will be with you for lien reduction. Our first case is on page 1. Inspector Robert Sarowitz, case number FC 2301010, case address 916 Southwest 8th Avenue. Owner Leonard J. Carroll and Myra Coyne Carroll, posted at property 42523, posted at City Hall 42623.
Good afternoon, Captain Robert Casar's Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office here for case number FC 2301010 with property address 916 Southwest 8th Avenue. Property site and reference NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. Fire extinguishers have been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the last 12 months. We're requesting 35 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 2. Inspector Paulette DeGrosso, case number CE 230100540, case address 1101 Northeast 6th Street East. Owner Rick L. Dressner and Concetta M. Capola. This case was posted at property 5223, posted at City Hall 4623, and this case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 3, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 230200524, case address 814 Southwest 20th Place. Okay, it's being rescheduled. This case is being rescheduled. Next case. Case number, page 7, case number CE 230100258. This case is complied. Next case, page 8. Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 230100436, case address 118 Southwest 22nd Terrace. Owner Donald Brownlee and Carolyn Brownlee Fuller and all others. This case was posted at property 42623, posted at City Hall 42623.
Morning, Inspector Diego Santos, representing the city of Fort Lauderdale. The case is read. On January 15, 2023, I inspected the property, and these are the violations that I found. 47-34-481 was complied. 18-4C was complied. 18-1 complied. 9-305B, the driveway maintenance. The driveway maintenance is gravel. 9-3138, the address number violation. The property is not identified by approved numbers. The numbers in the mailbox are faded and almost not visible. 9-305B, the landscape maintenance. So the landscape of this property is not being maintained. This needs a well-kept appearance. There are areas of that missing ground cover. 9-306, exterior maintenance. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soft items repaired. There are areas of the exterior that have been stained and missing building paint. So I was actually in contact with Mr. Brownlee. He expressed that he has.
Excuse me. What about the last one? The vehicles. I guess you didn't read that one.
Oh, read that one.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the vehicles, they're complied. It was just because it's under the same code. So I just removed the vehicles, but they have been complied. My apologies. So I being in contact with the property owner, Mr. Brownlee. He expressed that he was actually, his property was damaged by the flood. Which I, told him that the city would give him actually 63 days for him to come to compliance. And after that, it will be $25 per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 9, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 230100800, case address 112 Southwest 22nd Terrace. Owner Jose M. Ramirez, posted at property 42623, posted at City Hall 42623.
Inspector Diego Santos representing the city of Fort Lauderdale. The case has read on January 31st, 2023. I inspected the property, investigate violations I found. 47-34-4818, it was complied. 9-305B, landscape maintenance. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in the need for kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the front of the property and by the swell area. 9-304B, the driveway maintenance. The driveway is not being maintained on this property. The driveway is missing gravel, it's not level, and there's weed going through it. At this moment, the city is requesting 35 days for him to come into compliance, or there's a 25-day, $25 per day for violation there.
So ordered. Next case, page 11. Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 2302075, case address 1425 Southwest 19th Avenue. Owner Cynthia and Gregory Panagiotatis, posted at property 42623, posted at City Hall 42623.
Inspector Diego Santos, representing the city of Fort Lauderdale, case as read. On February 21st, 2023, I inspected the property and the violations that I found. 47-344C1 was complied. 47-39A 1B9C was complied. 18-1 was complied. 9-378E complied. The only remaining is 9-306 exterior maintenance. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. The structural parts of the building, including fascia, softness, and just repair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and needs to be painted. At this time, the city is requesting 35 days for the property owner to come into compliance or face $25 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 14. Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 22110017, case address 1825 Northeast 26th Avenue. Owner Nicolay Ohanan. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 4/11/23. One section complied at $100 per day, $2,600 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines. So ordered. It didn't show us the next case, page 15. Case number CE 2301025. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 16, case number CE 221000615. This case is being rescheduled. Case number CE 220800909. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 17, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 220700656, case address 1760 Northwest 24 Terrace. Owner Mary Willis Estates. This case was first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 4/12/23. One section not complied at $25 per day, $675 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. So ordered. Next case, page 19, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 220900051, case address 1320 Minor Road, number 09. Owner Richard Casarina and Lisa Pratt. This is an order to vacate the final order of 1/11/23. So ordered. Next case, page 20. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 2211038, case address 644 Northwest 15th Terrace. Owner Kwang Chi Ching. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 4/11/23. One section complied at $50 per day, $700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. So ordered. Next case, page 21, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 220800005, case address 2308 Northwest 6th Place. Owner Anthony Lewis Thomas. This case was first heard 12/13/23 to comply by 2/14/23. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. Two sections complied at $25 per day, $1,200 accrued. Three sections not complied at $25 per day, $3,975 accrued, for a total of $5,175. City's requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. So ordered. Next case, also page 21, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number 220800008. Case address 2312 Northwest 6th Place. Owner Anthony Lewis Thomas and Serena Thomas and all others. This case was first heard 12/13/22 to comply by 2/14/23. one suspension from 3/14/23 to 4/11/23, one section complied at $25 per day for a total of $600 accrued, one section not complied at $25 per day, $1,400 accrued for a total of $2,000. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Next case, page 23, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 2211035, case address 615 Northwest 10th Terrace. Owner Real Estate International Investment and Development in care of yourselves, Rossini. This case was first heard 12/13/23 to comply by 2/14/23. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Next page, case number also page 23, Inspector Diego Santos. Case number 221000135, case address 704 Southwest 24th Avenue. Owner Ashomi Pender. This case was first heard 2/14/23 to comply by 3/21/23. One section complied at $25 per day, $125 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Next case, page 24, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2301075, case address 9 Fiesta Way. Owner Kearns Family Trust, QB Kearns, QB and Sandra Kearns trustee. This is an order to vacate the order of 3/14/23. And the city is requesting to enter case 27 into today's hearing as an exhibit, and if the city should comply, close, withdrawn, and reschedule the cases. And this concludes our special hearing. Yep. First case, page 1. Case number CE 221008848, case address 23 Southeast 12th Avenue, owner 23 Southeast 12th Avenue LLC. Total lien amount $2,600, administrative cost $379.87. Applicants offered. The city is requesting $1,300. Appeal deadline, November 10th, 22, no appeal received. Will you
Hi.
please state the record?
Cindy Leventhal.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
And ma'am, what's your relation to the property?
I'm the property manager.
Thank you. So I'm just, and for everybody listening, the magistrate's having a little difficulty speaking. His voice is very hoarse, so I'm gonna sort of act as an interpreter for him. And so he's asked Ms. Leventhal if you could briefly explain why you would like the fine reduced.
Well, the vacation rental expired September 30th, and I was aware of it, but my sister passed away on September the 3rd. And at that point, I had to take care of her estate as well as she ran my brother's entire business. So I had to go to his business and run that business, figure out how to run that business until such time as I could find somebody to replace it. The fine was issued sometime in October, but I actually wasn't even aware of the fine because it was posted on the property. So I didn't know about it for several days, at which point I immediately called the inspector, shut down the listing, and complied with all the terms and redid my vacation rental license. I wasn't intending to not run it without a license. I just got caught up in the whole running the estate and my brother's business.
The magistrate is going to order a reduction to the city's request of $1,300.
Okay.
How much time do you need to pay? Is 60 days sufficient?
Yes, that's fine.
Payable within 60 days. And also, again, just on behalf of the magistrate, since his voice is giving him a bit of trouble, failure to pay the ordered fine within the time frame provided in the order will mean that the fine goes back to the original amount and will not be subject to a later reduction.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
You don't see driving on that date. Told her to pull over. I know. Apparently her son's graduation. Next case, also page 1, case number CE 181006777, case address 507 Northwest 18th Avenue. Owner Sean Cornelius Parker. Total lien amount $52,300. Administrative cost $1,047.55. The city is requesting $15,690. Mr. Parker, can you hear us?
Yes.
Will you please turn your camera on? And unmute yourself. Please. Will you please state your name for the record?
Sean Parker.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
So, Mr. Parker, obviously, hopefully you've heard what I said previous, filling in for the magistrate's voice. If you could please tell him why you feel the fine should be reduced.
Well, first of all, I never received this this notice. This residence is my father's residence. He's deceased 11 years ago, so no one was living in the property. It was vacant, so I never did receive the notice. I didn't receive a notice, and my mailing address is on file, so no one sent anything to me. And I have a statement. Basically on 10/8/18, the property was cited for dirty, stained exterior building parts not being maintained. The gutters and the fascia and the house numbers were missing. It was posted to the house and given 30 days to come into compliance. But like I said, I never received it because that house is vacant. Furthermore, In November 2019, I received a notice in the mail instructing me about the violations, and I contacted Inspector Bovary Exantis at that time. He told me that I had 30 days to correct the violations or fines would start to accrue. He said that if I needed more time, that, basically just ask him. He said that I needed to pressure clean my roof and the house and correct the front fascia and put house numbers on the building. So those were 3 things he asked me to do. I went to survey the house and saw the violations in question. My dad's house had the address numbers on the mailbox by the road, but it had been knocked down. Someone ran over the mailbox, so it wasn't a mailbox there, so you couldn't see the numbers. So that's when I found the mailbox. So basically I did pressure clean the roof, I pressure cleaned the building, and I did put the numbers on it before December, before 20, the last part, it was in December. I had it done. I had everything corrected by January 2020. I'm sorry. So I had the roof clean, which I have provided the receipts. The front fascia that they had noted, it was a leaking roof in the front. That's what made the fascia go bad. So that was repaired, which I have receipts. Like I said, I pressure cleaned it. I have a receipt. I just put the numbers on the doors myself, but all that stuff was done within 30 days. Now, I didn't know that they had posted this at this residence in 2018, because like I said, the property is vacant. So I didn't know. But as soon as I found out that there were violations, I jumped on them immediately and I cleared them out. Now I'm looking at the inspection history here, and there's a contradiction by the inspectors. One inspector passed one thing and then another inspector failed it. So I've seen quite a few contradictions in here. So I'm like, well, how can one inspector pass something and the other one fail it? So, like I said, I did do my due diligence to rectify the situation in a timely manner when I found out, but no one had mailed anything to me until, years later. And that's when I contacted Inspector Bovary Exantis. That's when I and there's been multiple inspectors talking about paint, but if you look at the initial inspection, it specifically tells what I need to do, and that's what I did. Now, if they wanted to add painting, I would think they would have wrote a different summons, a different case number, but that wasn't done. So I can only go by what was told, that I was told to do. And if you, like I said, the initial inspections is right there, tells you what needs to be done, and I did comply.
So, Your Honor, if I may, for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. A review of the original file, which we have here, reflects indeed that Mr. Parker was provided the statutorily required notice at 3819 Sherwood Boulevard, Delaware Beach, Florida, which is, yes, sir, this man here, who it's currently reflected in BCPA, and as well as the printouts that staff does when they provide the notice. It was the same address and the same gentleman back in 2018. So the notice was provided in accordance with chapter 162.
I didn't receive a notice though.
So the magistrate has ordered the fine to be reduced to $5,000 plus the city administrative costs of $1,047.55. How much time do you need to pay, sir?
I have to look at my my account.
Okay.
Just give me, I have to look at it. But I mean, I understand he's reduced it, but I still don't think it's fair because I didn't know. Mail gets lost all the time. I can't say what happened to it, but I didn't receive it until later on. And then, like I
Right,
said, there's contradictions of your inspectors. One person passing one thing, one person saying it failed. I don't understand that.
So, Mr. Parker, do you need 60 days to pay, or do you need a little longer to pay?
Yeah, give me 60 days.
60 days.
60 days.
No, it's 5,000 plus administrative costs.
What's the
Thank you,
administrative
sir.
cost? How much are the
Which I,
administrative?
sure, which I read is $1,047.55. Right, and as I said to everybody, I'm just reminding, if not paid within the 60 days, it reverts to the original lien amount, which is not subject to further lien reduction.
Are they going to send something to me in the mail with that
You
figure?
will get an order, yes, you will get an order in the mail, yes, sir.
Okay. So
Thank
it's
you.
5,000. It's one more. I just want to say it's 5,000. What now?
It's $6,047.55.
That's the total.
So the total, yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Next case, page 2, case number CE 23010206, case address 513 Southwest Street, owner Adley Jarvis, total lien amount $15,000, administrative cost $361.48. The city is requesting $7,500. Appeal deadline January 22nd, 2023. No appeal received. Will you please state your name for the record?
Hi, good afternoon. Jeremy Shear. I am the attorney for the property owner.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Counsel, if you could please explain to the magistrate why you feel that the fine should be reduced, please.
Yes, thank you. So this violation primarily stemmed from a party that was held at the premises. It was being used as a short-term rental pursuant to all the proper licenses from the city. When the party occurred, my client immediately, when she found out about it, called the property manager. Property manager came over on site, broke up the party right away. My client operates several other vacation rentals in South Florida. She's never received any violations, and obviously she's mortified that, she was issued a $15,000 fine and wants to make sure that it does not happen again. She actually got out of the lease with the tenant who was using it as a short-term rental and intends to rent it out on a annual basis. So yeah, we are asking for a reduction down to $1,500.
So the magistrate said he'll reduce it down to $5,000 in total, payable within 60 days.
Okay, and are there administrative fees?
That's included, yeah, so the total would be $5,000 even.
Can we reduce that? For one party that was rectified within, an hour from what my client informed, it seems like an onerous penalty.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, apparently your client has another vacation rental that is currently under a suspension because of habitual conduct. And then the magistrate said that parties, large gatherings, parties in vacation rentals are not acceptable. So your request is denied and it's $5,000.
Got it. Okay. Will you email that to myself or directly to the property owner?
Yeah, she'll get an order in the mail.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to advise everybody on the Zoom, you will receive mail of your order and email, okay? Going forward.
Next case, also page 2, case number CE 100903445, case address 1107 Northwest 17th Street. Owners Buddy and Annie Freeman, total lien amount $334,100. Administrative cost $582.48. The city is requesting $100,230. Will you please state your name for the record?
Hello, my name is Winsome Freeman. Can you hear
Please
me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Oh, ma'am, would you please tell the magistrate why you think the fine should be reduced?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Okay, so I'm speaking on behalf of my dad who's unable to make it due to some health issues. In 2009, when my dad was notified of the violation, which is to connect to the city sewer, he pulled a permit number 09090462 to comply with the request. He went and paid the permit fees, which was at that time $60.99. I have the receipt here. And the inspector came out on October the 20th of 2009 and did a sewer rough, and he had failed that inspection. The second inspection was done on April 9th of 2010, and he had a partial passing on that at that time. And obviously he thought that everything was complete. My father is 80 years old and probably just did not understand. He's been paying sewer fees on his bill because he has been connected since then. When recently we found out that there was a lien on the property, we went out and got in touch with the inspector at your department, and they came out and verified that everything was complete and has closed out the case. So we are in compliance. We have been in compliance, just did not, my father did not go in and close out the case. And we have been paying our sewer fees, and we have been connected to the city sewer for years.
Ma'am, the magistrate just wanted to confirm, since the property is being sold, there's $5,000 in escrow for this violation?
I'm not aware of that. 5,000 in escrow for this violation, not that I'm aware of. There actually, thank God for this sale that we have discovered this issue. We have a $330,000 mortgage on this property and another lien of 116 that my father again did not understand or realize. So we're trying to deal with that. There is no monies. He actually has $34 in his account.
Is there something in there that says there's 5,000 in escrow? Oh, so on the application, it says that there's $5,000 in escrow. The contract.
I'm sorry, that must have.
The sales contract.
To deal with this, that is not correct that I'm aware of, ma'am. I apologize for that. That must have been an error.
Well,
Can you?
Yeah, it's the sales contract. It's the residential contract for sale and purchase, which was
yes,
attached.
We do have a contract. I'm sorry, apologize.
Right, and that's okay. And that contract that was attached to the application reflects that there's a $5,000 being held back in escrow to address this violation.
Right, we did that because of the seller. We were trying to make, concessions. But as I stated, the loan balance on this account is $315,000. There is another lien for $116,000. The sale price of the property is $400, I think $440. If you look at the contract, there is no money in this. He's walking away 80 years old with nothing, to be honest.
So the magistrate order is reducing the total lien amount to $5,000. No costs, including costs, and can you pay it within 60 days?
We have absolutely no monies, Your Honor. My father, I can show proof of his account is $34 in it. There is no monies available if the sale goes through and we are able to get that $5,000, but that's pending as of right now. He's in bankruptcy as we speak. I can give you the case number. There's nothing that we can do at this point in time.
So how are you selling the property if it's in bankruptcy?
Because there was a foreclosure notice on it, this was the only way we could go through the process to try to sell. So we have not met with mediation as yet. So once that happens is when we know how we can move forward.
I mean, the best we could offer you, ma'am, is 90 days to pay, but the order is $5,000. Is 90 days a little bit better for you time-wise?
Well, I appreciate the 90 days, but again, my dad wasn't compliant back. I just have to ask, I'm sorry. Back when this was ordered, in your records, you can see that he did do what was required to be done. The fact that he wasn't notified ahead of time, we would have handled this back then if had he known. There was no mailings to tell us. If we did not try to sell this property, we would have no clue that this was there.
Okay. So the notice, ma'am, just so you know, was sent to your father back at the time of the violation, and the certified mail came back unclaimed, which is legal notice under the law.
Okay, so that
So
which
he
tells
didn't-
you that we
Yeah,
really had
he
no
didn't
notification.
he didn't claim the letter. It was also.
Again, my father's 80 years old. He doesn't read, so I'm sorry. I can only
And so
apologize for that.
Yeah, it's okay. And additionally, in the file, there's an affidavit from the code inspector who personally hand delivered the notice of violation to Mr. Freeman, who represented himself as the owner on November 8th, 2010. So he did have notice of it back in 2010.
And there was no other notification since then to help us remedy the situation. It's now 2023 and we just found out. So again, we would have addressed this issue had we known. And I swear to the court, my father has $34 in his account. He does not have this 5,000. And I don't know what equity we're going to get out of this property if we're unable to sell it with the liens that are currently on it.
So ma'am, the director has said that you can have 180 days to pay, but it's the fine amount the magistrate is holding firm, it's 5,000.
Okay, well, if the house doesn't sell and he doesn't have this $5,000, what then? What do we do?
Then the lien will go back to the $334,100.
Anything else I can say? Said it all.
So 5,000 and 180 days to pay.
5,000 total and 180 days to pay.
Is the buyer on the call?
I'm sorry?
I think the purchaser is on the call. Ma'am, do you have anything to say?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, yes, I mean, I am listening in and seeing what's going on. I do not have anything to add.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next question.
Next page, also page 2, case number CE 15051079, case address 1200 Northwest 9th Street, owner Aces Homes LLC, total lien amount $8,150, administrative cost $680.61. The city is requesting $2,445.
We have another case too.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, will you please state your name for the record?
We can't see him yet. Yep, there you go.
Sean Malky?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I swear.
And sir, what's your relation to the property?
I sold a different property of his as a realtor, and he hired me also as a property manager to help close this liens that he only found out once we sold the other property.
Okay, let's start with the first one that was called. If you'd like to detail to the magistrate why you feel that the fine should be reduced.
So the homeowner, we only found out, and he only found out once we sold a different property that is attached under the same LLC. And then we immediately fixed everything. We paid some fine to close it off, and we pretty much fixed all the issues, the ongoing issues in the house. He told me that he fixed when the first lien, when he first noticed the lien back in 2015, he told me he fixed it immediately with the inspector, and the inspector told him that someone's going to pass by the end of the 30 days that he was given, and once it's fixed, they're going to close the file, and that's it. He didn't know that he needed to pay anything or call anyone to close the actual lien. And then we found out that there were 2 liens open on the property, but they were fixed within 10-day period back in 2015.
So I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because you first said that he had no knowledge.
He had no knowledge that they're still open. He understood that once he fixed it, within the time frame that he was given, they're gonna close the file. And he spoke to he told me that he spoke to the inspector, and the inspector told me, yeah, everything is fine as long as you fixed everything. And then we later found out a few months ago, once I sold a different property of his, that there are 2 still open liens, and we did what we had to do to try to close it, and now we're here to try to reduce the fine, so he can pay it off and then put an end to it, because he doesn't have the combined $13,000 to pay for it.
So just a couple of questions. You said he fixed it when he first got the violation, but Asif Homes LLC did not own the property until April of 2017. But this violation was from 2015.
It was probably owned under another company because it's like a family. They own a few together to assist one another. They're all elderly people that saved some money to help each other out when they're retired. But from what I understood, I think he owned the property. He just told me that the moment that he received the violation, he fixed it within 10 days. And then after that, he didn't hear anything. He didn't know that he needs to call anyone and get it completely closed out and pay any fines until we found out once we sold a different property of his.
Okay, so the magistrate has said as to this first case, he'll reduce the total lien amount to $2,000 payable within 60 days. And then we've got a second case.
Second case is on page 3, case number CE 15090-864. Case address 1200 Northwest 9th Street, owner Aces Homes LLC. Total lien amount $4,850, administrative cost $634.61. City is requesting $1,455.
And sir, I guess the same reasoning would apply to this case as well.
Yeah, the same exact reason.
Yeah. And so, as to this case, the magistrate has denied the request for lien mitigation, and the total lien amount needs to be paid.
The 4,850.
Oh, I'm sorry. The magistrate is ordering my apologies. It was my confusion. Reducing the lien amount to $1,455 payable within 60 days.
So the total amount for both of them is $3,450 within 60 days.
$3,455 in 60 days.
Oh, and which mailing address do you have for the homeowner? That way I know I can stay on top of it and make sure that he pays.
The address that's listed in BCPA, which is what we're legally obligated to send it to, 10749 Cleary Boulevard, number 102, Plantation 333, 24.
Okay. And will I get also an email just to make sure?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Next case, also page 3, case number CE 21080422, case address 1204 Northwest 23rd Terrace, owner Top American Properties LLC, totaling amount $10,700, $780.32. Administrative cost $433.06. The city is requesting $3,234.10.
Yes.
This is manual registration. We're accepting the applicant's offer. Please spoke about this one yesterday.
Okay. Okay, on this one, the city is accepting the applicant's offer.
$1,000.
Next case, also page 4.
Mr. Zimmerman?
Hello, we're here.
Yes, I don't know if you heard that. The city has agreed to accept the applicant's offer of $1,000, and that's what the magistrate has ordered. Payable within 60 days.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Case number CE 2040154. Case address 1227 Northeast Fifth Terrace, owner 1227 Northeast Fifth Terrace LLC, totaling amount $7,200, administrative cost $419.74. Applicants offer $2,500, and the city is accepting the applicant's offer of $2,500.
Is there anyone there? No, all right, so payable within 60 days.
Next page, page 4. Case number CE 2011040, case address 1229 Miami Road, owner Pac 2 Investments LLC, in care of Upside Management LLC, totaling amount $38,850. Administrative cost $1,554.56. City is requesting $11,655.
Yeah, they're coming.
Hello, are you there?
Who is it?
No, Dan.
He's the one you spoke to earlier.
Yeah. Yanir?
Yeah, you're near.
Yanir, are you there? Are you in the waiting room, Yanir? In your room?
He's not. It seems like he's not at his computer, but she's not speaking.
But he's.
His mic is unmuted.
Yanir, are you in the room? All right, what's the next case? We'll sort through last time on your honor.
Next case, page 5. Case number CE 140201444, case address 1404 Northwest 3rd Avenue. Owner Maria Camacho, total lien amount $8,000, administrative cost $1,091.74. The city is requesting no reduction. Can you hear us, Ms. Camacho? Maria, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you please turn on your camera?
Turn on my camera. I don't know how to do that.
Okay, will you please state your name for the record?
Sure. This is Maria Camacho.
And do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Can you turn your camera on, please, ma'am?
Okay, so I thought it was on. Do I do join as attendee?
Join as panelists, yes.
Panelist, okay. Start with video. Okay. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I am not, I don't have technical capabilities. Okay, yes. So, good afternoon, Your Majesty. I am really sorry. I mean, I just inherited the property a few months ago, and I was not aware of any of the compliances issues, violations. As soon as I found out, I start the process. I try to hire people to do the job. And I think finally, when I was done, I apply for the lien reduction. Sorry.
Yeah. So, Your Honor, with all due respect to Ms. Camacho, and Ms. Camacho, you do understand and are aware that you're under oath, correct?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. And what efforts did you allegedly take to get the property come into compliance?
Okay, so like I said before, I just inherited. I was not the owner prior. So once I found out that there were violations, I took care of it. It did take me a few months because, I couldn't find the right people to do the job. And that was the only issue.
Yeah. So Ms. Camacho, this is the problem that we have with that. So this violation was complied in March of 2015. So you did not make any efforts to comply the case because indeed the case was complied years ago. Secondly, you've stated now twice that you inherited the case. That is also not correct and patently false because you received this case via quitclaim deed from Robert Villa, and Robert Villa was the individual who owned the property, complied the property, sought a lien reduction, did not pay on time, and when he came to request that we give him more time after the order ordering the time to comply had expired, we said, no, there's no legal authority to do that. He quitclaimed it to you, and now you are trying to subvert the legal process by asking for a lien reduction.
Okay, that is not the case. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I inherited. I was not the owner prior to 2022.
Ma'am, inheriting a case, inheriting a property.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. Inheriting a property, ma'am, generally means inheriting it from a relative or an other individual who is deceased. And you did not inherit it. You were quitclaimed. The deed was quitclaimed to you from the violator who complied the case back in March 2015 and did not pay timely the reduction that was kindly given to him by the magistrate. So now you're coming in asking for a second reduction, which is not allowed by law.
Okay, I guess my question will be, is it I guess, yes, I understand what you're saying, but it wasn't me there prior to this, right? Once I found out, I did take care of the situation.
You didn't take care of anything, ma'am. The violation was cleared in 2015.
But
it was in compliance in 2015. You did nothing.
But I didn't know because I was not the owner of the property.
Doesn't matter. You buy the property, you buy the violation. You should have done title work and you would have found the lien. The magistrate has ordered, the request is denied. There will be no lien reduction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second case.
The second case, also case number CE 140201444, case address 1404 Northwest 3rd Avenue, owner Maria Camacho, total lien amount $2,000, administrative cost $621.29. The city is requesting no reduction.
No, the magistrate also said same ruling. There's no reduction. The lien request is denied. So the $10,000 is payable within 60 days.
All right, thank you.
Case number CE 211004001. Case address 1435 Northwest Sixth Street, owner Miguel D. Pilgrim. Total lien amount $18,250. Administrative cost $1,186.08. City is requesting $5,475. Will
Good
you please
morning.
state your- Good
Yes,
morning. Will you
Christy Armada on behalf of Miguel Pilgrim, the property owner.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. Can you please repeat the opening statements? It cuts out while it's requesting to be joined. I need to know what the requested amount is and what the total amount is.
The total lien amount, $18,250. Administrative cost, $1,186.08. The city is requesting $5,475.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, Christy Armand on behalf of Mr. Pilgrim. Mr. Pilgrim was out of the country when these violations were noticed in October. I understand that that is no excuse for delay in taking action. Upon returning to the country, he did take immediate action. He hired a contractor to repair parking facilities, exterior maintenance, and fix the building. Upon the contractor moving their equipment in to begin work, the contractor's equipment was stolen. Mr. Pilgrim installed cameras and lights. That was stolen within days. This property is regularly vandalized. He did fix it. It is obviously in compliance or we would not be here. But because of all of the theft and vandalism, we're asking for consideration be taken and the fine amount be reduced.
Yeah, the magistrate is just, I'm sure you heard, counsel, that the magistrate has problems with his voice, so I'm interpreting for him in essence. He's just noting for the record that the property was out of compliance for 318 days.
Right, yes, we are aware, I know that, but again, there's also issues with, to be specific, the parking facilities were corrected in October. The exterior maintenance was corrected in October. The building parts and maintenance, that has to do with windows and boarding the windows up. Mr. Pilgrim would board them up within days. The boards would be taken down and people would be trespassing. This happened numerous times. We finally met with the code inspector, where we understood that the solution was to board up to get a board up certificate. We applied for the board up certificate in December. We submitted the application with the address. This property is one building that has several addresses. The application was only processed through one of the addresses, not the entire building. Upon realizing that happened, we had to submit a second application, which we did in January. And that board up certificate was issued in February, which finally put all of the matters into compliance. That explains for some of the 300 days. I do understand it is a large period of time, but considering the vandalism and the efforts and the theft, it did cause us some delay. I don't want to give the impression that there is any excuse being provided. I'm giving you an explanation for the extended days. And again, we are asking for some sort of consideration in light of the vandalism and the theft, and that while it is my client's responsibility to keep the property in compliance, much of this was not as a result of his doing.
So the magistrate has ordered $4,000, 60 days to pay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 6. Case number CE 100104551, case address 1673 Southwest 29th Terrace. Owner Rudolph Charles Herman III and Tammy Marie Herman. Total lien amount $235 and $235,040. Administrative cost $1,437.48. City is requesting $70,512. Will you please, did I hear?
Not responding.
Mr. Herman?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Are you able to turn on your camera?
Can you see me?
No, we cannot.
There we go.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Rudolph Charles Herman.
And do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay. Oh, okay. This is yours.
Noisy people.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
This property, I lost this property to the bank in a foreclosure and the bank took it back. There's actually a tenant there who got code enforcement involved a long time ago. And the bank actually foreclosed on this property, found out the city had tons of liens on it, and they ended up giving it back to me years later. And I dumped the property. I sold it for $7,000. Had an attorney write up the verbiage that the property, the liens and repairs go with the property. And when I went in to check on it, the lien had followed my name, even though I was not the owner. And the bank had wanted nothing to do with it. So I was ended up stuck with the property. The guy flipped it, but the lien stuck with me. So I'm looking for a partial release of the lien, and the original owner have to deal with the lien reduction in the future as well. But I'm just here for my sake because I don't want it on my name. I'm hoping that you folks will let me do the hard costs and your administrative costs and go after the actual owner of the property.
So, Mr. Herman, this is not the forum for an administrative partial release of lien. This is a lien reduction hearing.
Okay, no problem. I understand.
Yeah, and not everything.
Read the file.
The magistrate said that he has read the file,
Yes, sir. Yes,
and the
ma'am.
way the tenants were treated was disgusting.
I didn't have any tenants there. The bank was foreclosed on and the tenants were paid by the banks to leave the property. I didn't even own the property at the time.
Okay, so Mr. Herman, there is no record in the Broward County property appraiser of the bank ever owning the property. There is a series of, since the property was built, there's a series of 4 warranty deeds, and that's it. There's no indication that the bank ever owned the property. And additionally, when you did sell it for $7,500, there is no language in the general warranty deed that discusses anything about the violations.
I know all the violations because I worked with the new owner to make sure that all the violations were taken care of so that they could stop, because I told him the liens were in my name and he needed to work on it. And I couldn't get him to come down and address the lien situation. So I'm here to do the lien reduction board on my own. And hopefully you folks will go after him as well in the future. I don't know how that will apply.
So the magistrate has ordered that the lien will be reduced to $60,000,
Okay,
payable within 60 days.
you got it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next case, page 8. Case number CE 21090079, case address 1712 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner SFR X11 Miami, owner 1LP, total lien amount $10,500, administrative cost $612.60. City is requesting $3,000. The city is requesting, is accepting the applicant's offer of $3,000.
Sure. Well, Ms. Sons, did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so the city will accept your offer. Is 60 days okay to pay?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's what the magistrate has ordered. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next case, also page 8, case number CE 231008868, case address 1761 Northeast 55th Street, owner God Bless America LLC, total lien amount $1,000, administrative cost $407.48. City is requesting $500. Appeal deadline November 10th, 2022, no appeal received.
Hi, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Uzi Argaman.
And do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Argamon, what is your relation to the property?
I'm the owner.
Okay. And what would you like to tell the magistrate about this lien, this case?
Okay, so all our licenses with the city and county paid or renewed on time. We are new at this. We received the first license in March 2nd, 2022, last year, the first time. And we were told that we're gonna receive the notice of the renewal and it's gonna come by email, normally to everyone. And we never received the email due to the personnel change in the city vacational office. Also, we never received by mail anything. And as soon as we find out, we took care of it immediately. Now we paid $175 for lien reduction. And at this point, we are still trying to recuperate financially from the COVID losses due to the property was being like vacant for a very long time. And we are truly asking for this case to be dismissed, really. But it's just a human mistake here.
Right, so the magistrate said absolutely not, and in fact, the city code does not allow for that because the magistrate does not have the authority to go below the administrative costs.
$500.
The magistrate has ruled the lien will be reduced to $500 in total, payable within 60 days.
Could it be 325 due to the fact that we paid already 175?
No.
He said no.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next case, page 9. Case number CE 2211058, case address 2808 Northeast 26th Avenue. Owner Diego Linares and Martha Ruiz. Total lien amount $3,400, administrative cost $361.48. City is requesting $1,020. Appeal deadline December 4th, 22. No appeal received.
He was just here. Good.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move to the next case. Case number CE 13011882, case address 3333 Northeast 33rd Street. Owner Galt 2 LLC, total lien amount $126,405. Administrative cost $1,359.42. The city is requesting $37,921.50. Will you please state your name for the record?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Roya Edwards here representing the property owner. And then also with me on this call is Emil. He is the property owner. Stephanie Toothaker is his attorney, and she was on the call for a while, but unfortunately she had to jump to another meeting. But we've been recently retained by him to help out.
Okay, so will you raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Are the other ones gonna speak?
Is anyone else gonna speak? Is Mr. Linares, are you gonna speak? Oh, sorry, you're not on that case. Okay, so sorry.
So Emil Nagzik is on. He is the property owner. He might want to add and jump in. So Emil, do you want to swear in?
Yes.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Emil Nagzik.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
And if you could please turn your camera on, sir, that'd be great.
Trying to find something happened here this last minute. It was working till now. Oh, here we go. Do you see me now?
No?
Let me try again. I apologize.
That's okay.
How about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Edwards, go right ahead.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So this violation was issued a little while ago, and it's for the mixed use building, which comprises of commercial bays on the bottom, and then on the second story there are 4 vacation rental units. Now, I wanted to clear for the record that this violation was for an ADA bathroom in just one of the east commercial unit. So it's not for like very, it's very minor interior alterations that occur just on one bathroom. So it's not anything major. And the violation was placed in January of 2013. The lien was recorded in August of 2013. And the property owner, Emil, he didn't receive proper noticing about the special magistrate hearing where the lien was placed on the property. Of course, otherwise he would have taken action. However, when he did find out that the case was still not complied, very shortly afterwards, just a couple months, he enlisted and engaged an architecture firm to prepare drawings and permitting documents to apply for a commercial interior alterations permit. And that was all filed in just literally a month later in September of 2013. And according to the online records, the permit was then issued in November of 2013. And actually, and also in September of 2013, the inspectors did say that they did review the after the fact permit, and they feel the applications and drawings and everything that was submitted was approved. And then once the permit was officially approved, they would close the case. Now, the property owner and Emil he has been extremely cognizant and immediately acted on this. And it obviously took some time to get complied. Now, looking through the records, the code inspectors said that additional research was needed. They said their workload was a little bit too much and that they couldn't get to this case. But what happened was that he essentially, was under the impression that the case was complied because he had a permit issued the same year that the violation was placed on the property, but had absolutely no idea that the fines were running. And the city was just continuing, research and trying to, determine, what was going on. So there was a ton of just miscommunication over the years. And this was not due to his negligence. He really did everything he could right away. He just had no idea the fines were running it this long because he did what he needed to do, the same year the violation was placed. And for these reasons, we would really appreciate it
if we could be reduced to, you know, at least $15,000 or whatever the administrative costs are. I didn't catch that in the beginning, if you said it when I was becoming a panelist.
I don't know, the administrative costs were $1,359.42.
Yeah, I mean, because this case was technically complied the same year, and there was just a complete lapse of communication over the past years because he thought it was complied. If we could really get it down to the admin cost, we would really appreciate it. He did everything he could right away.
No.
So the magistrate has said no. I just wanted to address a couple of things, Your Honor. In the file is reflected a myriad of certified mail, most of which was unclaimed, which, as Your Honor knows, under 162 does constitute good service. It was sent to the mailing address of the LLC as well as the registered agent. It was sent to both, and the file does reflect that. And posted, yes, sir. I also see that there was the permit. I'm trying to understand the it looks like there was a lot more than just a bathroom involved in this permit, and I'm trying to understand that by the printout.
Yeah, I think there was just a lot of, like in the records, the code inspectors continuously had to keep researching this case, which I think what was ultimately caused it to not be complied. I mean, even they said that they emailed staff back in 2016, they emailed staff and gave notice that the fines did need to be adjusted in the future because this was previously complied. Because the permit was obtained.
So there were a number of violations. Looking at the original inspection report, Your Honor, there was a complete interior alteration of the commercial space without the required permits. There was, as Ms. Edwards stated, there was a mechanical system was being altered without a permit. There was the plumbing system of the building has been altered without a permit. There was electrical work done without a permit, which is why the violations corrective action required the submittal of complete plans and specifications by an architect or engineer, and either all of the unpermitted work could have been removed. Again, that could have been done without permit or obtained the after the fact permits.
Which he did obtain the after the fact. And there's a plumbing permit, there's a mechanical permit, an electrical permit. It's all listed under the master that were all obtained at the same time. The architect on record was Rex Nichols Architecture.
So the magistrate has ordered that there will be a lien reduction on this case from the original amount of $126,405 to $20,000. Payable within 60 days, or you need a little more time?
How does that sound, Emil? 60 days, or do you need more time?
Considering the fact that we did not know about this lien until we did a refinance last year. It was our first refinance we did on the property. And at that time, the bank brought it up. That whole matter was closed out. The inspectors finalized it, and they assured us that it would be adjusted correctly and appropriately in 2016. And this is now, what do we have, 6.5 years later, these penalties were being imposed. And, I did everything I could as soon as I found out about it. This was a tenant that had started the process that was supposed to obtain their own permits. They defaulted on their lease. And then when we found out, we jumped right on it. And unfortunately, we couldn't do anything else. We did everything that we could.
So again, sir, as I've already stated, the file is replete with all the certified mail that was sent to the property owner, to the registered agent of the property owner, evidence of posting. And as the magistrate said, this property was out of compliance for some time, and he's ordered the fine of $126,405 reduced to $20,000. And the question is 60 days sufficient to pay, or do you need a little more time?
60 days will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's one more case.
There's one more case, page 10, case number CE 21100456, case address 3333 Northeast 33rd Street, owner Galt 2 LLC, total lien amount $20,600, administrative cost $557.74. The city is requesting $10,300. Appeal deadline December 9th, 2021. No appeal received.
Go ahead, Ms. Edwards.
Yep, Roy Edwards here again for the property owner representing. So this was during a time where there was a lot of misconceptions about vacation rentals, and it was under the property owner's impression that he just needed to get licensing from the entity Airbnb and wasn't totally aware that he needed to get from the city. That being said, the violation was recorded on the property, and in his best efforts, immediately after the violation was placed and this, he attended the special magistrate hearing. And I'll tell you what happened at the hearing. So from what I understand, the city requested that the vacation rentals be completely taken off the website, which if there's active reservations for those rentals, the website, the Airbnb essentially prohibits you from taking them down. Like you just cannot do it. So Emil explained that to the magistrate, at that time.
My apologies, Katrina Johnson, Code Compliance Manager. That is incorrect. Even if you have active listings with Airbnb, you can remove your advertisements and cease operations. You will be penalized by Airbnb, but it is absolutely possible to do so.
What do you do about the reservations though?
So
you've had to cancel your reservations, refund people's monies, and then you've been in compliance with the city.
We understand, yes. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. So he did try to negotiate with Airbnb to do so, and he expressed his concerns at the magistrate. Now, once he attended the meeting and talked to the code officers after the hearing where the lien was placed, he had a much better understanding of what needed to be done. And essentially immediately, like the next day after, he came into a solution with both the city inspector and Airbnb, where the listings were essentially, the apartments were placed on pause. So until he got the appropriate license from the city, which just happened, which he obtained a couple months later, expeditiously as possible, he placed all the listings on pause. So there was absolutely no way any more reservations could be obtained. And so they were basically off the market. Like they might not have been completely deleted from the site, which would have caused, as you expressed, to be penalized, for him to be penalized, but he did pause them. So nobody could reserve them until he got the proper licensing. And then once he got the licensing, he had them up and running again. So he did do what he needed to do as quickly as possible. We understand there was a little bit of miscommunication, and we appreciate the city's willingness to work with us to amend this. So for that, we would really appreciate it to bring the fine, the lien down to $3,000.
The magistrate ruled that the lien of $20,600 will be reduced to $4,000 payable within 60 days.
Is that okay, Emil?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody. Take care.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear. Okay.
Page 4.
Page 9.
Page 9. That is. Yeah, 2808. Use 26. Just say so familiar.
Case number CE 22110578, case address 2808 Northeast 26th Avenue. Owner Diego Linares and Martha Ruiz. Case, total lien amount $3,400. Administrative cost $361.48. The city is requesting $1,020. Appeal deadline December 4th, 22. No appeal received.
Yes, hello, everyone. My
Will you
name
please
is,
state your name?
yes, my name is Diego Linares, and I'm the owner of the property.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do. So I got the violation that was issued on November 29th. I am currently not living in that property. Actually, the property just got a demolition permit, so it's gonna be demolished in the next weeks. So I was just going every other week to pick up the mail and get aware of any new mail that I got. I got the letter of the violation on December 15th was when I was able to pick it up. And I immediately took care of the situation as soon as I could. But even the period for appealing for the violation amount has already passed because it was given only 5 days to solve the issue. So
The magistrate has said that he will reduce the lien amount, which was $3,400 to $1,000 payable within 60 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, page 10, case number CE 2100743, case address 4345 Northeast 22nd Avenue. Owner Michelle Law. Total lien amount $11,400. Administrative cost $690.14. The city is requesting $5,700. Appeal deadline November 8th, 2022. No appeal received. Will you please state your name for the record? Will you please unmute your mic?
It's not letting me.
Is she voting now?
Is she cool?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep, she's.
Maybe you gotta come back in. Okay, we'll go to the next one.
Tell her what happened.
Okay, we'll move to the next case and then we'll try to come back to Michelle. Next case, page 10, case number CE 221104111. Case address 5900 Northeast 14th Lane. Owner Sammy Hannah and Mahas Hannah. Total lien amount $9,800. Administrative cost $499.48. City is requesting $4,900. Appeal deadline December 6, 2022. No appeal received.
Hello.
Hello, will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Vladislav Sumin. I'm the representative of the owners and manager for the property.
Okay, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you'd like to go ahead and tell the magistrate why you feel the fine should be reduced, go right ahead, please.
Yes, we would like to request the reduction. We know it's our total negligence, and we understand that we violated it. However, as soon as we received the notice of violation on November 29, we applied for the renewal. We submitted all the documents, and the only thing was missing was the notary stamp on the. It was expired notary stamp on the owner's authorization letter, and another DBPR license is expiring soon. Unfortunately, owners could not get the notarized letter before the compliance date because they're abroad. They couldn't get it notarized U.S. notary by U.S. notary, and it took for them some time to come back and provide the letter. And then we have the problem with DBPR. We applied for the new license under owner's company, but it was based in Oklahoma, and the city. We found out that the city cannot issue business tax receipt because it's not Florida company. It's not registered on Sotheby's, and we had to again contact DBPR, call them, email to try to change the name on the license. And once we have all of this done, we submitted all the documents and passed the inspection and got the license. We took effort. It's our negligence. It's we understand. We're just asking for the reduction. We have some personal problems. I have some of my personal problems, and I kind of neglect some of the deadlines also after we received the notification. But again, we tried to comply before the compliance date, and it was just renewal. We responsible management company. We didn't cause any problems for the neighborhood. We don't have any problems, don't have any parties, noise, trash problems or anything. So we just asking to consider that it was only a notary stamp that's took us that long to complete the application.
So the magistrate has ruled that the total lien amount of $9,800 will be reduced to $4,000 with 60 days to pay.
It's not possible to reduce it because it's just one thing that held us back, and the property was had everything set up and all the documents were ready.
The magistrate said he's not negotiating his order and that there was income being derived from the property during that time, so that order stands $4,000 with 60 days to pay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry.
Case number CE 22100743, case address 4345 Northeast 22nd Avenue, owner Michelle Law, total lien amount $11,400, administrative cost $690.14. The city is requesting $5,700, appeal deadline November 8th, 2022, no appeal received. Michelle, would you please state your name for the record?
Sure, Michelle Lau, I'm the owner.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
And Ms. Lau, would you like to tell the magistrate why you feel that the total lien amount should be reduced, please?
So it was a little bit confusing to me. I was dealing with a medical condition where I couldn't drive, and I actually was residing in Nevada, but I came out to Florida to see the doctors. And during that time, I didn't have access to the mail in Las Vegas or the mailings. I didn't know what was happening with the license. I rented the house long-term to tenants who were running it as an Airbnb. And during that time, my dad was admitted into ICU and had to have emergency surgery, and everything was kind of crazy. But on September 30th, I did email Gabriel and asked him how I could pay and do the licensing, as the website is a little confusing. I only had my iPad. I didn't know you had to click the plus to go down and apply. In any case, I applied, or I sent him an email on September 30th. On October 6th, he did reply and he asked me if it was running as a short-term rental. And then at that point, I realized that I wasn't running it as a short-term rental. I had a long-term lease. So on November 8th, I went and I got a notarized letter. Well, first I applied for the vacation rental, being a little confused, being sick and everything, and my dad in the hospital. So on November 8th, I actually went down and I got a notarized letter. On November 9th, I did get a letter from Tennille stating that my case was closed. And then all this stuff happened, so I didn't know. Also on November 9th, I contacted Airbnb, which my listing wasn't active anyway, but I erased it and deleted it, and I have a letter from Airbnb stating that. So everything I did was not with the intention to be illegal or anything like that. As soon as I found out of what I needed to do, I did handle it in a timely manner.
So the magistrate is that the fine is going to be reduced, the total lien amount of $11,400 to the city's request of $5,700, which represents the daily fine times the number of days out of compliance, with 60 days to pay.
So as far as the days out of compliance, does it count that I tried to handle it as soon as I could? On September 30th, I did send an email, but they don't respond until October.
It wasn't, yeah, so the magistrate said it wasn't in compliance, so I mean, really, at the end of the day, it's the compliance date that matters. So $5,700 was 60 days to pay.
Can I have more time? Right now, I'm disabled, so I can't work or anything.
90 days better?
Do you have anything long? I'm sorry, I just relocated to Florida. My dad's 91 and I just put them in a senior living facility.
Yeah, 120 days to pay that, ma'am.
120. Okay. Is there a payment plan?
She can contact this.
Yeah, you can contact the department, and yes, you can do a payment plan.
Okay.
You'll get it. You'll get an order in the mail, and then you can contact them about a payment plan. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
And remember, if not timely paid within the 120 days, the amount will revert back to the original amount with no more, with no ability to reduce in the future. Just as a
I
reminder.
understand, which 5,000 and 11,000 are the same thing to me right now. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Oh, there he goes.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're going back to page 4, case number CE 20110140, case address 1229 Miami Road, owner Pat 2 Investments LLC in care of Upside Management LLC. Total lien amount $38,850. Administrative cost $1,554.56. The city is requesting $11,655. Will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Yanir Adan.
Are you able to turn on your camera?
Yes. Give me a second. I think you're the one, or can you connect me?
Just raise your right hand, and do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do. I think you have disconnected the camera.
No, we can't see you, but if you'd like to proceed and detail for the magistrate why you think that the fine should be reduced, please.
Yes, first of all, the numbers are not exactly the numbers that I have. We have a different calculation. But as to the matter of the fact, this violation, it's been going on since 2020. I have attached and submitted all the chronicles from the event, as you can see, and there's multiple items that were placed on the violation. We addressed all of them in the time given, with the exception of one, which is the removal of cars and trailers from the parking spaces. When we came to do it, we actually received another violation, required us to pave the parking lots, and actually sold some of the areas, even though these were the parking lots that are part of the property and were assigned to the property since it was built roughly 60 years ago. We tried to follow the city directions. We applied for a permit. The permit was declined based on the fact that we're not allowed to actually pave some part of the parking, which was actually beyond the property line, even though this is the way it was built back in the day. So we filed again. We went and we discussed it with zoning. We discussed it with development services. We were told to pave only 4 parking spaces.
So that's not part of the violation that we're here on today.
It is, because that's prevented us from actually closing out the violation. We requested for a special hearing. We were declined, and it took us over a year and a half to actually close the violation. And up till now, we're left with 4 parking spaces for a 6-unit building, and we actually the last correspondence in that regard is from Mr. Christopher Cooper, that said that this entire process was done was wrongfully done. He will not gonna go and reverse all the permits and paving and things that were done, but he asked us to actually apply for a new parking that were actually seized by the city. So this entire time, and I attached the entire chronicles, all the emails, all the gentlemen from the city that helped us on this matter, took for over a year. And as of now, the violation is complied. We were fined, for the last year plus additional charges. But there was no way that we could have complied, where the city actually declined the permits that they asked us to do in order to clear the violation.
So you couldn't, just so I'm clear, sir, so because you couldn't get allegedly a permit for a driveway, you couldn't clear the debris on the roof?
No, the debris on the roof was cleaned within 2 weeks. The building was painted, there was a new fence, we took care of all the landscaping, within that time limited. The only item that was not did not close the violation was the item that has to do with the parking spaces.
Well, there was nothing with parking spaces. There was a violation that said you're not allowed to park on the lawn.
Correct. And
Okay.
let me
park on
be,
the lawn.
I'm sorry, let's be a little more accurate. If you go into the actual violation, they requested us to remove any cars that are actually are parking not on a paved area or not in their spaces. But
Well,
these are
sir, respectfully, if we're being accurate, because I am looking at the violation, it says there are vehicles/trailers parked on the grass lawn area. Gravel driveways are not well graded or dust free. That's
Correct.
what it said.
correct.
Okay.
So this came when we tried to address that, we were further addressed with another violation that did not allow us to park at all in that area. They required us to actually pave the area in order to comply with this specific violation. So, I mean, there's actually, it's a violation on top of a violation. The first violation is the one we're addressing right now, but the second one prevented us from actually just removing the cars, because this shouldn't take for over a year, or actually 2 years by now.
$17,000 by itself.
I just want to add 2 more things. This situation caused us to, we had tenants leaving. Don't forget, it was in the height of the COVID, because they couldn't park in front of their properties, which are their parking spaces according to all the surveys and all the property documents. Later on, the owners just decided to sell the property, and we lost contracts over that issue, and we suffered substantial damages. And we think it's just not right that we're paying fines for impossible task that was handed by the city. We followed all the steps. I have multiple. I didn't want to bombard you with all the materials, but we have dozens and dozens of emails with the zoning department, with the code enforcement department, with all the gentlemen that were involved in that situation, tried to resolve it. And the final outcome, it's not me, it's the head of the development services, that this issue shouldn't have been started in the first place. And I can forward you his email if you wish.
Please.
Good afternoon. For the record, Katrina Johnson Jordan, Co-Compliance Manager. Just for points of clarity, the $38,850 accrued for two violations. One had to do with the vehicles parking on the grass. However, at $17,950 alone was that the landscaping at the property was not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. So while the parking on the grass and the parking spots and all of that is one issue, the fact that the landscape was not maintained is a separate issue. Both violations accrued fines of $17,950 each, or so near that. And yes,
again, the landscaping was done within 2 weeks, and we closed that part in the violation. We have emailed to approving that from Mr. Caracas, which was the code enforcement officer at the time. And he said he cannot close the violation because of the cars parking on the spot. Later on, there was additional violation for landscaping, which again, we took care on the spot, and another one for sodding the property, which we followed. Every direction we received by the city officials, we followed, as soon as we could. The only thing that, and you can see also all the requests to an extension. We actually were granted several extensions until May of 2022 to close the parking situation, which unfortunately we didn't prevail until today. I mean, we closed the violation eventually. We moved out the tenants. We fenced, and you can see it in the picture. We fenced the parking area so they will not come back to their own units, which they're legally rented. So we did everything in order to comply with this violation. But as of now, the final product is, we are two parking spaces short. And,
So the magistrate has
and
ruled
with
that
$38,000 fine.
So the magistrate has ruled that the total lien amount of $38,850 will be reduced to $6,000 with 60 days to pay.
Okay, I still think, it's unjust, but I guess I appreciate it. I appreciate all your efforts and your time.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
This concludes our special